a dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ṣúìsì kan síta tó yẹ pé òun ló control gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn ń lò ní workshop ẹ̀ tó ní on and off. So àwọn gbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n máa patrol yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí fuse tán ṣe síta yẹn tó ti ní on and off yẹn náà máa wò wọ́n bá ti rẹ́ni tó gbàgbé tiẹ̀ ńgbà tó ń lọ lé ó wà ní on ńgbà tó ń lọ bóyá ó pẹ́ kó tó palẹ̀ mọ́ wá ń sáré jáde lọ pé kí gbìmọ̀ ọjà máa mú òun kò rántí pa àwọn gbìmọ̀ 6-8 yẹn àná máa lọ wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn kúrò lọ́jà nìkan bíi 20 or 6:30 yóòjúmọ́ dẹ̀ nìyẹn àfijọ́ Sunday nìkan tá a bá wá yóòjúmọ́ là ń ṣe yẹn gbogbo wọn yẹn náà n tó ti ṣe wá rí ó jẹ́ ká gbẹ́ burú ọ̀rọ̀ kámọ́bàrógun iná mọ́ ni a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run láti gbà náà ti pé bóyá èèyàn dẹ̀ ń jalè a lè pọ̀ tó yìí kámọ́ mọ́ rí ọmọ ẹ̀yìn 12 péré ni Jésù ní tí Júdásì ẹyọ kan ya nǹkan mọ́ lọ́wọ́ kámọ́ àsọ bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí bá a bá tiẹ̀ wá gbúròó rú ẹ̀ àwọn olè pé kọ́mọṣẹ́ ó jí bọ́ọ̀dù ọ̀gá kó jí ṣó tàbí kó tọ́ bọ àpò ọ̀gá àbí wọ́n fi fóònù síbì kan ó wo bí kò réèyàn kankan ó mú irú àwọn olè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán bá rẹ̀ ti lè mú lọ́sàn-án bẹ́ẹ̀ tán mú wá kò sí rẹ̀ lóru torí àwa ò sí lọ́jà mọ́ ọ̀dẹ́dẹ̀ ti wà but lọ́sàn-án tán bá ti mú wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn á pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ òfin ti wà bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ mutí lọ́jà wa ń bì èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jalè èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà so ẹni bá ti jalè òwe tá àṣà táwọn ń dá fún ni pé ó ti di irú ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ó ti fòṣù kálé rí kẹgbẹ́ ó kàn gbèrú ká sì síta ni ẹni bá ti jalè ń lọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni ó bá mutí.
The sector needs to be empowered because it has a great potential to provide not just employment but contributor to internal revenue for the country.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Good afternoon, I'm Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news brief. The Catholic Bishop of Sokoto, Matthew Esan Kuka, has condemned the All Progressive Congress APC Muslim presidential ticket, describing it as reprehensible and unacceptable. The Catholic Bishop insisted that the ticket was a setback to the country's national integration and wondered if Muslims will accept a Christian presidential ticket. He said Nigerians will wait to hear what they have to say when the campaign starts. Moving on, a long-standing ally of former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi, Chris Feinborn, has dumped the Progressive Congress for the People's Democratic Party. Feinborn, who was the publicity secretary of the APC for years, confirmed his defection to newsmen but did not give any reason for his action. The development comes amid the alliance between Governor Nyesom Wike and chieftains of the APC. Governor Nyesom Wike of Rivers State has sued the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, the Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambawal, and the PDP over the conduct of the presidential primaries of the party that was held in Abuja on May the 28th and 29th. In the originating summons, Wike and his co-applicant PDP chieftain Nugent Ekaman asked the court to determine 8 issues, including whether the purported transfer of Tambuwa's vote to Atiku by the PDP was illegal and void. The plaintiffs are also seeking a declaration that the PDP acted negligently and in bad faith by assigning the Sokoto governor's vote to Atiku at the primaries. A member representing Aliaro Gwandu Jagal Federal Constituent in the House of Representatives, Honorable Mohammed Umar Jaga, has said that the chance of the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, will be at risk in Kebbi come 2023. He said there are ongoing illegal substitutions of candidates by the party, which he noted will rob the party's victory in the 2023 general election. Speaking with journalists, the lawmaker, who is the chairman, House Committee on Internally Displaced Persons, Migrants and Refugees, sought for President Buhari's intervention before Kebbi APC collapses totally. Now, the Delta State Labour Party chairman, Tony Ezeagu, believes his party will win the 2023 presidential election. Ezeagu said this in an interview with our correspondent in Asaba. The party chairman noted their presidential candidate, Peter Obi, is a major force who has been accepted by Nigerians. The party chairman took a swipe at the APC administration for failing to drive the economy of the country.
You know where things were when they took over? You know how much a dollar were when they took over? You know how much a bag of rice is when they took over? Today, our students are off school and we're still talking about them. They have lost it all. They have no place in the coming election, no matter what they do. And coupled with their fumbling Muslim tickets, which has even made it worse for them. So eventually, you know that those whom the God wants to kill, first make them mad. That's exactly what is happening there. That's why they lost everything. They lost conscience. When you talk about structure, look at labor.
Continue to express their dismay over the persistent fuel scarcity in the country, with many of them spending hours in long queues at filling stations before getting the products. Some of the few filling stations are selling the premium motor spirit at the official pump price, and while other fuel stations sell at the 220 naira to 250 naira to the motorist. Plus TV correspondent Habile Darufa has more on this report as presented from our studios.
The recent fuel scarcity in the country has continued to push many Nigerians into untold hardship as it affects all aspects of the nation's economy. Some of the motorists in Kaduna State say they spend hours in long queues at most filling stations buying the fuel at a high price, as most of the fuel stations all to sell at night as black market, which according to them contributes to the scarcity.
It affects us on every side. It makes the cost of food and everything on a higher side. That is high inflation. And it's not going down every day, so it makes life miserable for us. It's not easy. Most time you buy it at 230 naira, 220 per liter, you know. So, and sometimes you drive a distance before you can get even the black market, so-called. So many times we made several complaints, and the seller will tell us that they also buy the black market distance. So when everything becomes black market, so where is the original?
There is not too much profit, because when you tell a passenger the price, you will be angry. They will not understand there is a fuel scarcity. So we did not make, there is not any profits like we normally have profits when there is fuel. we find it very difficult because sometimes we buy a black market 220 naira, 215 naira sometimes. So it's not easy for us.
Some of the fuel stations apportion the blame to the federal government's inability to live up to its responsibilities, which, according to them, has continued to impose hardship on people.
I am an entrepreneur and I get goods from Lagos. If I outsource, now bringing the goods to Kaduna is a chore because I pay double, and then when I'm selling, I have to increase the price, which affects me because nobody wants to buy anymore with the increased price. So, tedious.
They therefore appealed to the APC-led administration to hasten their efforts in bringing the fuel scarcity to an end. Recall that Kaduna State government had last year banned the selling of fuel in jerrycans and gallons to individuals as black market to curb insecurity and secure the availability of the product to the residents.
A court is arrested for terrorizing Ede town and its environs. Rashid Ahmed, popularly known as Okoilu, has been remanded in the Elisha Correctional Center after being arrested in his hideout by the police after 3 months of being declared wanted for committing various capital offenses. He was arraigned on a 9-count charge at the magistrate court in Osogbo, the Osun State capital, as the charge pressed against him include conspiracy, killings, engagement in unlawful society, and illegal possession of firearms, among others. After reading the charge sheet, the Chief Magistrate, Olusegun Ayilare, said there was no need to take any plea from him and had ordered that Rashid be remanded in Elisha Correctional Service and adjourned the case till October the 7th.
Some of the offenses in the charge are capital in nature. So the magistrate lacks the jurisdiction to handle those counts that have to do with capital offenses. So that is the reason why the court ordered that he be remanded in the correctional center, while the police are ordered to duplicate the case file for submission to the Director of Public Prosecutions, Osun State. The reason for taking such a longer date is for the Director of Public Prosecutions, Osun State, to have enough time to render legal advice, and possibly if he has any case to answer, the information will be preferred at the High Court.
The Concerned Youth, an Osun-based activist group, has commended the Osun State Police Command for the arrest of an alleged cultist and criminal kingpin, Rashid Ahmed, also known as Rashid Okoilu. Okoilu, a welder by profession, had been declared wanted by the Osun State Police Command some months earlier in connection with the killing of a graduate of the Federal Polytechnic, Ede, and a commercial motorcyclist. The group leader, DBC Emmanuel, is calling on the Nigerian police to extend its dragnet to arrest the chairman of the Osogbo branch of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, Kazeem Oyewale, aka Ashiri Eniba, as according to him, Oyewale is threatening the newly elected governor. Now, the Muslim Right Concern, an Islamic human rights advocacy group, has called for the compensation for the fallen victims of reprisals following the attack and worshippers at the St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State. Marek, in a statement by its director, Professor Ishaq Akintola, urged the Ondo State Governor, Rotimi Akeredolu, to compensate the fallen victims. The organization also commended the security agencies for unmasking those behind the church attack. Now, 3 Nigerians have been extradited from the United Kingdom to the United States in relation to their alleged participation in a multi-million-dollar cyber-enabled business email compromise. According to a statement on the website of the U.S. Department of Justice, the scams allegedly perpetrated by the defendants and their co-conspirators targeted on suspects and victims, including universities in North Carolina, Texas, and Virginia, and attempted to cause more than $5 million in losses. The BEC, also known as a cyber-enabled financial fraud, is a sophisticated scam, often targeting employees with access to company finances, businesses working with foreign suppliers, and businesses that regularly perform wire transfer payments. For Nigeria to regain its lost glory in educational sector, there is a need for adequate funding of public schools across the country. Professor of Education Ibrahim Bajabiamila stated this at a stakeholders meeting in Ogun State. He lamented the poor performance of Nigerian students at the West African examination over the last decade, as no Nigerian school is on the top 10. Also acknowledging the importance of education, the State Secretary of Road Transport Employees Association of Nigeria advocated the teaching of road signs to students starting from the primary level in order to catch them young.
We were previously spending 9%, and now in 2022 it has dropped down to 5%, and that is why it is difficult for the children to excel. Nigerian parents are spending more than the federal budget on education in Ghana alone, so not to talk of South Africa, Malaysia, USA. So we are developing other people's education sector, and so the way out is for us to do the needful and spend what is required to meet the standard. And it is very difficult for our children to compete in the WAEC exams in science. We don't have quality science laboratories. So that was not the case many years ago.
Education is the main thing, because if you have education, your reasoning, your approach, how you look at things will be different from your colleagues that you are in the same profession together. Because if you have education, we know that there is no gain in killing one another because of anything, maybe because of religion or because of tribalism, ethnicity. So, no, there's no need. But having a good and quality education, most especially the children, the foundation is the main thing. We need to have a very concrete foundation for them.
As part of effort to tackle unemployment, which has remained one of the biggest problems confronting Nigeria today, the Nigerian chapter of the International Facility Management Association, in collaboration with the Lagos State Technical and Vocational Education Board, has graduated 40 students with technical skills. The Executive Secretary, Moronke Aziz, said that Nigeria must pay attention to vocational and technical education, as according to her, that will make the country's economy thrive and more jobs created. She also stated that Nigeria, especially Lagos State, is embracing technical and vocational education because they are the backbone of any economy.
I think for me, the good thing is that even before our students finished, 40 of them had been employed. And the significance is that they have confidence in the skills that we provide to our students, and they were willing to take them on, immediately. So that is really very good. I think a few of our students went to some of the companies under IFMA. They carried out their students' work experience there, and based on that recognition, based on the work that they did during their students' industrial work experience, it made them come back to us to say, you know what, we'd like to partner with you, and we would like to work with you in giving us students for employment. Having said that, what it means is that we will continue to produce highly skilled technicians for the world of work.
On their part, the president of the IFMA Nigerian chapter, Segun Adebayo, and the former president of the association, Stephen Jagan, said that this initiative, to a large extent, will help to solve the rates of unemployment in the country.
So today, by the grace of God, with the collaboration of some of our corporate members, we have created employment for 40 people. So, and it's also, the engagement is the maiden edition. So beyond the employment, we're also speaking to them in the areas of leadership, ethics and moral behavior in workplace that will also enhance their career development. So we won't play lip service to sustainability. And 40 out of many is also a number. And I say a drop in the ocean makes it more big. But for us, it's continuous, and we hope to sustain this. We are already advocating to some of our corporate members to also follow suit. And we have quite a number of them who also believe in what we are doing and who have given us assurance of supporting this initiative.
You see, what we're trying to do is that these will not have, they have been trained to have skills. Ordinarily, they will just acquire these skills and then end up in their brains and elsewhere. But we're trying to say, see, as you acquire this skill, we will try to connect with those who need the skills. And so it's a win-win for everybody. Now, these people engaging the skills now, instead of just looking for people and they are not sure where they're coming from, they are sure that these people are coming from a recognized place. And also for this vocational training center, they are aware that their reputation is at stake. So they will produce the best to ensure that these people become the ambassador. And for the students, now they have a sense, a means of livelihood to live, and also remembering that those coming behind them, if they do well, these companies will come and pick more people, and then other companies that are associated with those companies will ask, where do you get your hands from? So it's a win-win. And for economy, it's one of the best things that can happen, that we're engaging our young ones, directing their energy in the right direction. That, see, you don't need to stay at home and be doing nothing. You can be productive, add value to the economy, add value to your own life.
Some of the graduating students also expressed their joy.
I feel very elated, very excited about the entire arrangement that has put me into the limelight. You see, graduating from a technical college and getting a job immediately, to me, it's a miracle that is least expected. Coming from my background as a graduate, that the university poured into the economy with nothing for myself for over 8 years or 10. But now I came to a technical college, less than a month of my graduation, I'm getting a job. So it's a miracle. And I praise Jehovah God for it.
I feel very elated right now, and I am grateful to every person and organization that has contributed to this progress. And I'm saying thank you very much. Don't limit yourself to a particular position that you are right now. Try as much as possible to step out of your comfort zone. Find knowledge wherever you can, and don't look down on anyone. The smallest person around you can give you what a bigger person might not be able to give to you. So just try to be a better version of yourself.
As the country continues to battle insecurity, Nigerians have expressed worries, and that's on Street Views.
Nigeria is a country that God has really blessed for real, but it wasn't like this before. The situation we are passing through now in this country is, I don't know what to say, but I just pray that God should help us. Nobody is free now in the country. Things are happening every day. There's no security. People's life is at risk, and even their properties. We don't know why it shouldn't be like this, but it's only God that we were praying for him to interfere for us.
We don't have the security in the country, and it's giving us problem. Like me now, I have to attend a burial in my village. next month. I have been praying over 2 months ago that God secure my going and my fro and my throw to come back. So we are fear. We are even fearing that the Taliban will not take the control of the government in Nigeria.
Actually, the way things are going in this country, I'm not happy personally, because I can see Nigeria with AD is not be like before because of the settlement, and number two, economy, that the way they are using things to us, we are not happy. I wish Nigeria can be able to buckle up, we be one according to what they are saying. I did not see that Nigeria be one again. The settlement is too much. Tribalism. That is why it makes things difficult for this country to us. We are praying to God. May God give us the righteous person to rule. Who is the righteous person? So only God can prove it out to us.
The insecurity thing is too much, and it's getting more worse each and every day. From the rural areas to the towns to the cities. And most especially at this very particular time that the election is about to take place, people are not secured, things are not moving fine, maybe that's why. So I believe that the government should do more to make sure that they secure life and properties, individually. Each and every Nigerian has the right to live free in any part of the country.
The issue of security for Nigeria today, it become critical. And the solution, not that there's no solution, there is solution, but those that are standing there does not want to bring the solution. How can you say security go like this, then another person come like this? The people that come like this, the security is supposed to attack them. He leaves the people that the security is supposed to attack the innocent ones. So my own opinion for concerned issue of security is that let them resolve the security, change the old ones that is there, bring the new ones in.
Moving to other parts of Africa, Kenya's Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has not yet declared the official results of the presidential race, but the winners of other elective seats have been announced. The Orange Democratic Movement's candidate Peter Orero was elected new Kebra MP as the winner received the certificate proving his success. For this, Raila Odinga ally going to the collection and talent centers to know the results firsthand were essential, especially at the Bomas of Kenya, the National Talent Center. And outside Africa, South Korea's Justice Ministry has said that President Yoon Suk-yeol has granted a pardon for Samsung Electronics Vice Chairman J.Y. Lee so that he could help the country overcome a national economic crisis. The pardon is largely symbolic, with Lee already out on parole after 18 months in jail for bribery relating to his time leading the world's biggest smartphone and memory chip maker. However, analysts say that the pardon should mean Lee will be able to carry out business activities more freely and could herald more big moves from Samsung. And in business, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and its allies has said it expects global oil market to tip into surplus this quarter as it downgrades the outlook for demand, which could also be rivaled by non-OPEC supplies. This is coming despite warnings by the International Energy Agency, as the OPEC Plus will most likely not carry out the 100,000 barrels per day production target increase in the coming months due to limited spare capacity. OPEC forecast for the month in its newest monthly report states that it will cut forecast for the amount of crude it will need to pump in the third quarter of 2022 by 1.24 million barrels a day to 28.27 million a day. Moving on to entertainment, Nigerian music star Femi Kuti has denied calling obedient who are simply those campaigning for Labour Party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi's zombies. Kuti, who stated that his words were taken out of context, added that what he meant was he's too angry at his age to be obedient and he does not like the term. He further stated that if Peter Obi wins and actually changes the country, the better for all of us. And in sports, Nigerian winger Moses Simon is set for a shock move to Premier League club Nottingham Forest. According to Foot, Nottingham Forest have reached an agreement on personal terms with Simon, who currently plays for Nantes. The report added that Nantes are still waiting for an official bid to be submitted by Forest before the deal can be rubber-stamped. The likes of Brighton and Leeds United have also been credited with a desire to land Simon. And finally, in sport, former Manchester City star Raheem Sterling has said that it came as a massive surprise to him when the club's manager Pep Guardiola began dropping him on the bench. Sterling was suddenly reduced to the bench for large parts of last season, despite putting up a strong performance whenever he was on the pitch. The England international completed a shock move from Manchester City to Chelsea this summer in order to remain in the contention for a place in the England team for the 2022 World Cup coming up in November. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from LimeX on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
It's not just the parents that have to do this. We put a lot of emphasis on government, we put a lot of emphasis on schools, but the service sector is completely left out of this conversation, and it's really important because they touch the families every day.
When we are making intervention, at the back of our mind, that plan that you're drawing up should also say on X amount of times or hours, you as the parents have to have X number of training.
Not just about the training, okay? So as we're collecting data in the center, you're collecting data at home. We give you the exact same plan.
From my own experience is that the children are usually the best advocates.
Absolutely.
Because the children have been informed and they have also experienced it, we find that they tend to go home and tell their parents the appropriate things to do.
and welcome to What Are You Saying? # ways where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayua Mesale, and as always, I have a full house. Hello, ladies. Uti Elo in the building.
Hiya, folks.
Zooming today.
Hiya, folks. I'm not zooming today. Yeah.
I missed you.
I know, right? Today I was almost like, should I zoom? To zoom or not to zoom? Yeah. But I'm excited to be back in the studio. It's always nice to be here.
Feels good
to have you
in the flesh. The live.
I missed you all.
Yeah, we missed you. How are you?
I hope the
I'm
signing,
good.
it's
There's
going
no
on.
more space.
No, it's not nice. We have not signed our own. Aunties of the child.
You know that he's got a lot of girlfriends. You got to make
Sorry.
sure you take your space quickly. From the senior girlfriends to the small girlfriends, there are plenty.
Oh, wow.
So, but we'll find space for you.
That was quick.
He's very diplomatic, so I'm sure when you say, shall I, where's my space? He'll be like, I have space for you. I've kept your space.
Nice. So for those that do not know what we're talking about, Uti's son actually broke his arm, so he's in a cast right now.
Yeah.
I was scared that day. But I don't know.
The pictures were very disturbing.
It was like an episode of Fantastic Four.
I'm telling you now, it's flexible. Wow.
But thankfully, he's doing very well. He's fine. He's
Awesome.
enjoying all the attention. Typical man, enjoying the attention. But then there are those minutes when, again, typical man's crying, it itches, mama.
No. My son has been in a cast. That itch, not be here. It's on another level. At some point, we had to create one space. We now bought one long, whatever that we're using to.
I need to figure out what it will be, because at this point, it's cast so tight that you can't even get anything in, both here and at the top.
I think by the time we get to that 4 weeks,
I hope so.
Yeah, that's when it will. You will now have the freedom.
So.
It's so itchy. But hey,
it's good to have you back because you have a lot to talk about. I'm here to support you, darling.
You're here to support the
my
motion.
fellow Aries. I'm here to support her.
But hey, we're talking about minimum wage. Hey. So we saw a report from the governor of Edo State that said 40,000 naira. He moved from 30,000 naira to 40,000 naira minimum wage. So we want to ask a question, right? How practical is that, right? And here's what we found as today's quote. Today, a minimum wage earner has to work a day and a half just to pay for a full tank of gas. That is simply shameful. This is from Bill Passerell. Now, Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State had said he increased minimum wage from 30,000 naira to 40,000 naira due to the harsh economic reality in the country. He said the increased minimum wage, as well as payment of the harmonized pension to retirees, was to provide assistance to workers and pensioners. So it's our ladies' night out. As you already know, Utsi, Norma, Elsie, and I will be discussing the topic. Is 40,000 minimum wage realistic? That's our question. And when we open our phone lines, we'll really love to hear what you have to say about this. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. All right, National Sons and Daughters Day on August 11 brings parents and their children together for quality time. On this day, be with the joys of your life. Let your children know that you are glad they are part of your life. While listening to the events of their day, share family stories, find out about their hopes and dreams, learn what inspires them, teach them something new, or maybe there's something they can teach you on this day. Enjoy every day you have with them and spend as much quality time as you can. Now, time with our children can be fleeting. Not only do they grow quickly, but their interests and needs change. So whether we realize it or not, sons and daughters look up to us. They emulate our behavior, the good and the bad. As much as times change, children don't. So we crave our parents' approval and acceptance. Our children do too. So enjoy this day, because tomorrow somebody's turning 16 and I'm not finding it funny.
Oh my God. I mean, this week I've had the opportunity to share with the kids. In fact, this morning we did some exercise and they were running up and down. And my oldest son was just like, do I need to join this crew? Like, I'm not a kid anymore.
Welcome to my club.
I'm like, okay. And then when we were even taking pictures, he did the pose. I said, why did you do the pose? He said, because I'm a big boy. I was like, okay. So really, they're growing fast. And
so fast.
if you don't make or create time to be with them,
When I see parents and their children doing TikTok, I say, oh my God. My own?
No.
Never. You can't catch them.
That's never Google, so that's never going to be me to say it's TikTok. But I mean, I agree with you. Like,
there are other ways.
You have to find a way to spend time. So even I was looking at myself and saying, gosh, we don't spend a lot of time. So it was like, how do we, okay, we have movie night, but then you have to find something else. So I decided that I wasn't going to send my child to coding camp. So I'm learning to code so that we can learn to code together.
Oh, that's sweet.
Because I just couldn't think of anything else. But in his mind, he's like, Mommy, you're so busy. You're always working. You never have time for me. And I'm like, you see this play you want to play. I don't know that I can make sense of it, but you see the coding, we can learn something together.
That's nice.
That's a good one.
You come from there.
Because
coding is in dollars, they pay.
All this, because I kept hearing, some things just sound very complicated. Like, coding. I've been waiting maybe. So I sat down one night, I started watching YouTube. I said, oh, it's straightforward now. Okay, let's start together. You watch this one.
Uti, can I come to your house?
Let's have
No, but in the basics, I mean, you know how it is. It just sounds so complicated. Like, so you now realize, oh, code. Okay, so it's just the directions, how computers speak to themselves. Okay, then there are languages to learn. Okay, then you learn the languages, and it's all very straightforward.
Now human being the code now.
My Lord. All right, so what did we find in the news? Who are we starting with? Elsie, hey, let's go.
Mine is good news.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, you want the good news?
Yeah, let's start with good news.
Okay.
Because mine is not so
I don't even know if it's good news or not, but it's news. So, the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, says Lagos State is constructing 1.2 kilometer drainage diversion to tackle flooding at Ilubiri area. The governor said the project will permanently resolve flooding in Lagos Island. And I mean, that's commendable because we know what we are facing when it comes to flood in Lagos State. He made this known while addressing journalists after the inspection of some projects on the island, which included one Takpa, Popo. Okay, this is bad. Adeniji Adele, leave the other side, road construction. The new Mercy Children Hospital, renovation of General Hospital, Odon, and laying of 3 high-capacity pumps at Ilubiri drainage site. I like to parade myself as someone who knows how to pronounce Yoruba names, but this one, I don't know what part of Lagos State this is, but yeah, I think they're working and it's good. But while they are doing that as well, we need to keep talking to ourselves to stop blocking the drainages by littering everywhere.
That's very important.
Very
good. Important, but also just to point out that those drains that we're blocking today technically don't go anywhere. So there's a difference between a drain and a gutter. Where you dig a hole by the side of the road.
That's a gutter.
That's a gutter with nowhere for water to
don't block it. Even if
there's nothing you are blocking. So what you're saying is you're displacing the space in which water will sit in, which when the water doesn't go anywhere, when it is too high, it backs up back onto the road, rubbish or no rubbish.
God bless you.
So let's just be clear, because
that we do not have drainage.
We do not have drainage.
Thank you.
And when you look at the island, I won't even talk about the mainland because it's a bigger project, but island technically is a strip of land in the middle of water on both sides. It should have proper drainage, should not be difficult, because almost wherever you are on this axis, there's water close enough
to be able to channel that.
The channel shouldn't be. But of course, because we are not building every man, no, it's all man for himself, because I build my house, I put gutter in front of my house. The next person that comes builds their house, and they're not following through from that point. So there wasn't a well laid out plan, which is where we come back to all this town planning. There's a well laid out plan that says drainage must go here. So even if you're going to build your house, drains must pass here. So we suffer these breakdown in infrastructure, because even take roads. So a developer comes and builds this stretch of plots of land, 2 or 3 plots of land of houses. He does the paving stones in front of it, or the interlocking stones as we call it, in front of it. Then the next person comes to build the next land. He will now build his own higher. You've immediately created a problem at that point, because, and then that part of the road starts to break down very quickly. When rain floods, you immediately create a lower plane where water sits.
Uti, what you said.
In other words, now you can be throwing salt inside the road.
No, that's it, because there's no drainage. No, but I was going to say to you that I saw a developer post. I think it was Ned, Victory Crest. I mean, that's his company. He posted something on that Orchid Road. You know that road is heavily flooded when there's water. And they had done the quota, they had tagged the road and everything. Me, I just wrote on the quote there. I said, it's a very nice project. I just wish there was drainage to back this road up, because if there's no drainage, no matter how beautiful the road is.
And there's water right behind it. Because this is Orchid Road.
Yes.
This is the houses, and there's water right behind the houses.
Do you understand? So, I mean, I want to start thinking, don't do things because you feel like doing things. I want the Lagos State government to really look at it that, we are not dumb. We can actually solve, we can actually solve this flooding problem. We just need to find the expertise that would understand the structure, the terrain, the topography, everything, and how to channel this to the canal. I mean, instead of just trying to make it sound like you are working. That's the one that just gets me all the time. But hey.
Someone look below. I tried. I tried, fam.
The problem is not the problem that he created. He met it. But we need to start to see concerted efforts
to find a permanent solution.
Because, so for me, it's really the thing about, let's even say that the places that haven't been constructed, places that haven't been built now, or the places that have been built are a problem. The places that have been built, there should be a concerted effort to say, you know what, I see water. So Kusala Road, for example, in Lekki, it floods terribly. At the end of that road is water. Can you not
just move
drain all the way down that road?
You know, maybe because we have a
topic, right? Okay, so my story is actually very short. The headline says Nigeria recovers 3.2 billion naira foreign loot in 14 months. So the 14 months is between March of 2021 and May of 2022. That money represents 6.3 million pounds of stolen monies from various jurisdictions around the world that has been recovered. This is also, they've also generated 1.82 billion from the sale of bid forms and the actual sale of forfeited properties in the first 18 months of the Buhari-led regime. So if you sort of add that together, it's circa about 5 billion naira that has been recouped. The AGF disclosed this to journalists and says that these monies have already been disbursed to key infrastructure projects nationwide, like the second Niger Bridge, Abuja, thank you for the home, Abuja Kano Road and Lagos Ibadan Expressway. However, there is still a 329 billion funding gap.
It is where. Let's move on.
Thank you.
Let's just move on in peace.
In peace, oh.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Noah.
All right, so my story is about the release of 7 more passengers from the Kaduna train abduction that took place in March 28th. And several children, a family of 6, have been released. And an elderly woman was also released because of deteriorating health conditions. And we're just hoping that much more, because seeing the video that was released, I think about 2 weeks ago, about them being flogged and beaten, I can only imagine what they've been through these past 5 months or so. And it's been traumatic for a lot of them. And this seeming release, 1, 2 here, it still keeps the rest of the families that are waiting for their loved ones to come home, even in a state of trauma. So I'm really hoping that the government can, because if the release was negotiated, time will not allow me to go into the in-depth in the story, but the release was sort of negotiated. So if these people have this interaction with them,
open line for communication,
and they know where they are, I still do not understand
why others are still
How
there.
is this even a release when you release 7 and abduct 5? Are we doing
exactly?
No, this one
multiplication or
was this was Sheikh Gumi now that did this one.
The adoption.
So there's still more woes
the release.
because
There's
I
still
saw
a
a very
whole lot.
disturbing story that Elsie had shared. Let me just say it there. Says El Rufai writes to Buhari, says terrorists creating parallel government in Kaduna. This was actually a leaked memo. So that yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
The governor's memo was leaked. Where he was warning the president that terrorists, their advanced plan to create a permanent operational base for Northwest region. So according to the report, there's a part I just want to point out because, there are pointers about the 2023 general elections. So this part that says law banning 2023 political activities. You see, as the political activities towards 2023 general elections picks up steam, the terrorist, Mr. El Rufai, told Mr. Buhari has promulgated, that's the word, a law to ban residents from participating. The insurgent enacted a law in the district banning all forms of political activities or campaigns ahead of the 2023 elections, especially in Madobia and Kazage village, the governor wrote. So I just want, we'll find probably how we can get another security expert to help us explain this, but how is it possible that you have a what do they call them? CNC, Commander-in-Chief. You understand? Of the Federal Republic. Then you have a Chief Security Officer of a state. Another, what's it called? A group of people are able to still create a parallel government to you with a base.
You're sending memo.
I rest my case. All right, so we'll take a break now. We want to discuss minimum wage. Is 40,000 enough for you? Can you cope with it monthly? That's the question. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, it will be recalled that Obaseki had on the 2022 Workers' Day announced the payment of harmonized pensions to retirees in the state after 21 years, as well as the increment in the minimum wage in the state from 30,000 naira to 40,000 naira. Now, according to the Vanguard, he said, I want to assure workers in the state that as a government, we feel their pain. We know that things are tough and wish we had more resources as a state government for our people. Now, the 40,000 minimum wage we introduced was because of the pain our people are facing. And this was not when dollar was 700 naira to a dollar. It was when the dollar was still at 400 naira to a dollar. So you can imagine how the hardship of workers had progressed or is progressing. Now, as a government, we will join you to do everything possible to make sure that we get those who are in charge and those who are responsible for managing this country at the national level to stop this pain. While we commend this, of course, this act of very, very nice gesture, we can't but ask an important question based on the current economic realities of Nigeria. And the question is 40,000 naira minimum wage realistic, right? That's the question. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081 803 84663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa 1 with the hashtag Wayshow. So SC took me out today. And we wanted to buy one clothes. See, this question, right? I don't understand why every time we discuss issues about wage, and I do not see some level of consideration from the part of the government to really understand the value of human life and understand what decent payment is. Because 40,000 naira might sound amazing, but what can 40,000 naira really do in this current economy? Let us be realistic. And this is not somebody being outrageously, what's it called, a spendthrift or something. Just living your day-to-day life. A video surfaced yesterday of the Abia State governor speaking to Malkwe when he was being interviewed.
An old video.
It's an old video though, right? When she was asking about pregnant women, and I said, oh, they give them 500 naira. You needed to have seen the look on her face, the countenance, right? That's how 40,000 naira sounds today. Because you really cannot go into the market. The bread that we complained about that we said we were buying for 800 naira, it moved to 1,000 naira. Today, it's at 1,100 naira. There's every single item. The other day I was listening in, they talked about the tariffs for our data also, that there's going to be an increment. I think Loma, we were listening in on the radio today, Loma saying that, you know, they want to increase, what's it called, pickup, like the fee that you pay for your dustbin pickup. So there is no angle of this economy that you touch that this price is not biting hard. So it begs me the question that even if you are setting a minimum wage at 40,000, you might think you're doing me, but you are not technically doing me a favor. If we wanted to be realistic with this minimum wage, we will be thinking about 80,000 to 100,000 naira as a minimum wage to set up. If we understood, first of all, decency, and we understood value for human life, we will set a more reasonable pay standard for every citizen. That shows that, yes, you really care about my welfare and you really want me to do well and thrive in the economy. But when I see things like this, I just feel like this is not unrealistic. I mean, this is not realistic, and these people just want to always sound like, okay, I am doing something. That's how I feel. But hey, that's my thoughts. So.
Okay. So, because I don't have a lot to say, I will start so I can listen, right? I agree with everything you have said, really. I absolutely agree. But I still want to commend Edo State because, I mean, I don't live in Edo State, so those who live there and are watching can call to tell me it's just the media, right? But we've seen a lot going on with the states, some level of progressive conversation. I mean, even if this press release that led to this conversation, the tone of the conversation felt like no matter how bad it is, Nigeria is right now, if we had a president that is having this sort of conversation, press engagement, and feeling like they understand what we are going through, I don't think everybody would be as infuriated as we are right now. So I like his style of leadership, and I like that they're doing something. I mean, Edo State, correct me if I'm wrong as well, based on their IGR and everything, they are not close to Lagos State. But I've not heard Lagos State, that 80,000 or 100,000 I'm talking about, if Lagos State decides to do that and even be the leader in that area, because now we realize that when a state does something and does it well, you begin to see other states try to emulate what they have done, right? Now, I'm glad that Edo State is doing this, but a state like Lagos State is not even thinking in that direction. So that's why I'm saying I want to first of all say kudos to him and well done. And I'm hoping that more people, I'm not saying he's the best governor. Some people will call and say, oh, he's the worst thing that's ever happened to Edo State. That's fine. But with what we are seeing and the kind of engagement, then it makes me glad that at least we are not talking to, we're not demanding too much. What we are demanding is doable, right? But 40,000 naira, even if it's just meal, we know what you had a conversation, was it last week or last 2 weeks on this table about the high cost of living. Just trying to make a pot of stew or a pot of soup, you know how high these things have become. So I don't know how people survive with 40,000 naira, even less, right? And this minimum wage is supposed to even be what you earn when you come out of, when you're done with school, like a graduate. That's the one that makes me mad, right? So that's what I really just want to say, is to just put it out there that governors can do better. They cannot just keep sitting back and deciding to feel that when we are complaining about the federal, they also have the right to complain about the federal. It doesn't work that way, right? So I just need to say that before I hand over to my darling Oti.
Well, it's interesting. So when I hear you and I understand the disdain for the concept of 40,000 naira as a wage, but there are lots of people today that don't even earn that. 15,000 naira is plenty. 20,000 naira is plenty. Even when you talk about 80 to 100,000 naira, let's also be clear that that's actually not enough either. So it's a very relative statement. It is concerning, and it gives us the opportunity to stand up and say, what, 40,000 naira? Are you joking? Are you serious? But I like to ask the questions because the fundamental problems that we have today, we don't have money. We all accept that. Now, even in the face of not having money, our leaders are not being fiscally responsible, right? Because my first question always is, now that you've increased it to 40,000 naira, sir, I hope you can actually afford it to pay 40,000 naira. We must address some realities. Today, that 1,100 naira bread that you're buying, the person earning 40,000 naira is not going to buy that bread. They will buy the 450 naira or 300 naira bread that is literally 2 puffs of air. So, at every level, I don't think there are any Nigerians,
there's a price point,
maybe except the politicians today, that will tell you that they are not feeling the pinch, right? When a Loma tells you they want to increase their money, of course, they're buying diesel. Everything at an infrastructural level in Nigeria today is run on something that is fiscally impossible. Let me just use that word.
That's why we must set more realistic standards.
No, but it's not about realistic. Realistic also implies that you look at the money in your pocket. I can promise you 100,000 naira. I may even try to, we see businesses that do it, as in private businesses. I will promise, 100,000 naira, that's what I feel I should be paying you. But your business can't sustain the wage. What happens? You have to let that person go. So it is not just about the aspect of this minimum wage. It's cause and effect. You can't come and say that we all know the cost of living is high, but have you been fiscally responsible? We've talked a couple of times about the bloat in the civil service.
Thank you. You're coming to where I'm going.
Now, first of all, when you say, okay, everybody you're hiring today, even if you just do competency-based assessments to say, these people that are here, are they delivering value? Because I'm not just getting into the civil service to sit down and collect your wage at the end of the month. Every single person has restructured their finances. I'm sure everybody at this table has had to. Because when you were buying noodles at a carton at 1.8, and that same noodles today is 6,000 plus, or egg has gone from 800 naira a crate to 2004, 2005 a crate. Everybody has restructured, but it doesn't feel like our leaders are. There are tough decisions that you have to take when you are budgeting. So you talk about fiscal responsibility and you tell yourself, today, should I have everybody on staff? If you remember during COVID, some companies took the tough decisions. Rather than cut the wages of 1,000 people by half, we're just going to let go of 200 people so we can keep paying people. Now, in the short term, it might seem wicked, harsh, but the sustainability of the company is the first thing. If you can't keep the company running, everybody's out of a job.
Sure.
And that's how, the government needs to be run. You need to look at yourself and say, look, what is my income? where else can I make money?
Thank you for taking us there, because I will come to you, Norma. Because in my head, I believe that every government can afford to actually pay a minimum wage of 150,000 from what we see. But the problem I see is the irresponsibility of governance that happens in Nigeria. And that's why I'm saying that, first of all, I do not even believe that they pay a premium to every human life in Nigeria. Because if you understand the reality, really, what can you buy today? If you really want to feed yourself for a month, even this 40,000 you're saying, feeding alone and transportation, you are done. There's absolutely nothing left. And you've not added rent that they expect you to pay a year ahead of time. You've not added amenities, water, and all of those things. So it is actually unrealistic. But let me hear your thoughts, Norma.
Yeah, I was going to go there because when we talk about the reality, like you rightly mentioned, of the state of things in Nigeria, I mean, the least you cannot, are you talking about electricity? Are you talking about medical bills? Are you talking about food? Are you talking about school fees for children who are going back to school? Are you talking about the cost of housing? You haven't added transportation. Transportation alone, getting yourself, it was the other day we were talking about, we said that the buses had increased their transport fare because of the cost of diesel.
I was shocked when I heard it's 500 now to get to Ajana or
Yes.
something. I'm like, okay, Elsie, you've been out of reality for a while.
You can imagine.
Really?
You can imagine. So when you talk about all of these things and then you cap it in the harsh economic situations of the country and you benchmark it with 40,000, I want to applaud the Governor Obaseki, for even attempting to do something, because a lot of our governors are not doing anything. They have not shown any form of empathy to the plight of people. You will know that these things are the reality that we found ourselves in. And if I may take that 100,000 that you had mentioned, if you cut it, if you want to apportion,
you slice it
for each, you cannot even, food alone is probably going to take a chunk
and
for
transport.
a family, for somebody who has a family, and then transportation. Then medical bills are some of, those are the things that don't even come up in the scheme of things when you're trying to budget for a family situation. So when we look at it, I would want to encourage our government to look inwards. The truth of it is that each state government has the ability to generate revenue. But are we ready to think through the process? We usually would just put up, we're a government that we say things before we actually think through this. How are we going to, if you go to the civil service and you think of how are the what number of people do we have? We don't have those numbers because these things continue. It's an opportunity for some people to be profiteering in the process.
Absolutely.
They will not give you those numbers because it is beneficial for them.
Thank you.
Ghost workers.
Thank you.
So it's a major problem that until we as a people, or the government, or the governors, or the people in authority, leaders, actually sit down, tell themselves the truth, and those solutions are really possible.
The ghost worker one is one handle. Your House of Rep, your Senate, all of those people, the income that goes to, we're not even touching that one. Do you understand? But let me take a break, because when we come back from the break, we'd like to open our phone lines to hear your thoughts on this. But stay with us.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, it's our ladies' night out, and we're asking, is 40,000 minimum wage realistic? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. You can also tweet at us at WaysHowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow. Our phone line is now open. The number to call is 07025007749. Remember to turn off the volume. Just bring the volume of your device down so we can hear ourselves. So, the other day, I needed to buy some plantain. And I sent my staff.
We have stopped
Wait, no. You don't need to stop.
You know the thing.
So
I don't even crave bread anymore.
You don't crave it anymore.
I don't crave bread in a while.
You know, Business Day contacted me and they said they needed opinion polls from Nigerians. You know, how are you coping with the inflation? I said, fam, thank God for fit fam. I said, because now you can buy one bag of rice that can last you 1.5 years. Because I'm fit farming with a measurement cup by cup. So no, I give very practical solutions of what I do. Because for me, first of all, I don't really eat much. Then even for the eating, when you're cooking, you have to make sure you minimize. So you make sure that as you cook finish, as we dish them, the pot they empty. Because there is the fear of preservation. Because I'm talking about the plantain. I bought cheap plantain, yes, 3,005 was all over the place. But I ended up like half of that thing went bad because you don't even know how to preserve it. So you can't really forget to market.
You for sell or dash us.
I know. So, no, because the boys were home. I just thought maybe they would finish it on time, but they refused.
Came to this world to eat plantain.
You know. But I'm just saying to you that even when you bulk buy, where is the power to actually even preserve? Because bulk buying was supposed to help with that part of, helping you plan to say, okay, you're not spending so much, you're able to bulk buy. Look at Lillian the other day that did the video on how she bought tomatoes and ended up spending 400K or something. But I'm saying to you that all of these things tie up. But you see, everybody has adjusted but the government. And that's why, for me, I feel that this thing is really unrealistic. You haven't adjusted. You're still at the stage where you are. You're acting as if we have money. And that's why I will answer Uti that we have money. Because if we did not have money, like they try to want to paint that we do not have money, certain numbers would have been going down. A lot of things would have been cut down. The other day, the other day the government is buying cars for the neighboring countries. We are acting. Wait, let me finish now. We're acting like we have it all. Now, even for states, I've said this in time and again, some states are not viable. Can you just shut down? If your business is not going well, you declare bankruptcy and somebody else takes over. Do you understand? Let the state that understand how to generate money. Because if this state was your business, your personal business that hits your account, would you run it the way you're running it? Would you pay a staff that kind of amount and expect the staff to do their job? But let's take a call.
I don't know this Betty.
Aaron from Bayelsa. I promised myself I was not going to be angry today. Stay with you're live. Aaron, you're live.
Hello.
Aaron, you are live. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. You are talking about salary minimum wage of 40,000. Okay, fine. Can every up to 40,000? That's the first question.
Sorry, what did you say?
Can every state, can all the states up to 40,000?
Okay, Aaron, maybe they will need to cut you off. It's muffled, but I heard your question. And that is what I just said, that can every state afford? And the question why I just answered now.
But you are asking very logical questions in the face of illogical behavior. So the fact is, right, if I have 10,000 naira, I can choose to go out, spend 10,000 naira on a bottle of wine, drink it all, and I'm still hungry. Or I can use 10,000 naira to buy food, satisfy my hunger in a sensible way. That's what is happening. So the little we have, they are making sure that they are fine. How much has borrowing grown by in this administration?
Don't even go there.
So the fact is, we don't have money, because if we did, we wouldn't be borrowing. It is that point that I was trying to make that says, you've adjusted your budget, you have found a way to live within your means, but everybody but who needs to has done it. Because at some point, we have not seen anybody come out to say, I'm reducing my salary,
No.
I'm not collecting my allowances, I'm not collecting my what's that thing called now? The ones that have already left office that are still being paid and all of that.
Gratuity.
We've not seen all of these things happen, but everybody is saying the country is tough, it's hard.
That's why everybody wants to get in there.
Thank you. So the fact is, the average man, we are tracking our prices, and they are not. And this just BAU, is business as usual. So and that's where for me it's like the promise or the thought that says I'm going to increase to 40,000. Can you sustain it? Which is what I think Aaron was trying to say. That how many states can pay that? Now I agree with you that some states in Nigeria should not be states. But will the powers that be allow us to merge some states together? States that cannot generate IGR. States that, do you know what I mean?
They're trying to create
more
communities.
Because everybody wants to share FAC, everybody wants to share money, each from the national cake. Meanwhile, at the national level, and this is the thing, right? What have people done? Today, you and I, everybody's looking for a side hustle, everybody's looking for how to increase their
extra income.
At least if you cannot increase the income in a creative way, will you plug the leakages? I was reading the other day, we are losing 1.2 billion. So OPEC has increased production to 1.8. We've not even been able to clear 1.3. You know, when you hear barrels, barrels per day. I had to ask one day that, please, how many days inside this barrel? They say a barrel is 154 liters. So calculate it, 154 liters times 300,000. And we are losing that, they say, on a daily basis, 300,000 barrels.
Billion.
We are losing per day $1.2 billion. Now imagine if that gap alone was plugged and that money was coming back into the economy. It's not rocket science. If you and I think about it, it's a very simple problem. But when you begin to ask this, they say, but this, like somebody said the other day, if you are going to steal 300,000 barrels per day, it's not inside jerry can.
Of course.
So we know that is not you and I.
So we were at Norma's house when we were analyzing this thievery. The thievery is it's not even
calculated.
It's not even it is government. No,
I also like
organized crime.
You know when a hot vessel goes missing? A vessel goes missing.
It be like black bra when lost. So I like that we're having this conversation now, and of course people are watching because we are also at a crucial time. And I mean, I just said that now, and my mind just asked me, is it this election that will save Nigeria? But then it's a step in the right direction, right? So when we use the word corruption, I think we've used that word for a very long time, right? And I like when you raise it again. And some of us don't understand the ripple effects of corruption, right? Just by having the ghost workers that have to take extra money from the system, it even means that if you say, okay, let's do 40,000 naira, you can't even afford it because there's a leakage. So there's a lot of leakage in every part of the system. Now, people are also not being paid enough, and it means that they also have to be corrupt in their workplaces, and there's a lot of leakage even in the civil service. So you realize that the people that we are even fighting for to say, oh, you have to be paid more, they're getting minimum wage, they're actually engaging in acts and things that are ensuring that they get enough money and enough to feed. And when you take it back, you realize that, of course, it's corruption, but you can't blame them because you are not taking care of them and they need to take care of themselves. So I think we also need to begin to leave corruption or take that big word out of it and understand that it starts from the very little thing that is happening in your office behind the door that you don't know, or you are turning a blind eye because all of us the chop from it.
Let me just.
So it's
go ahead.
So no, I'm done.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say, let me just sound a note of warning. When you see all those civil servants that have open shoe, where they're like the shoe don't open,
and they're very unprofessional and very wicked.
Those ones that look very scruffy. Those ones are the billionaires in civil service.
They have money.
Let me just warn you ahead of time. Let me take a caller.
The teacher who had 70,000 in her. Was it? I think 76,000. She had 700 million or 400 million.
Yes, thank you.
You didn't read that story?
Yes.
Let's take a call.
Wow.
You're live. Switch off your... Oh, shit. Hello?
You do have someone them.
Please, when you call, just once your call has gone through, just turn off the volume of your television set.
Hey.
So you see, when you see those civil servants that look very scruffy and they look like the life has dealt with them, you know, those are the people that actually have, what's it called, the billions. Those are the real thieves in civil servants, in civil service. So this thing, why it hurts me so much is that if the government was really serious about fighting this problem, they know. And I think that was one thing that I think Governor Ambode tried to do, because he is someone that grew from the civil service. So he understood how
he knew their plans.
Oh no, he blocked every angle, every channel. So,
yeah, I remember them because I remember going to a commissioner's office and they were really complaining.
Absolutely.
Oh, when they come up for year again, nothing.
Absolutely.
So
let's take a call.
Against him as well.
Yeah, let's take a call. You're live.
Hello?
Hi, you're live. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. You people said about Edo State governors paying minimum wage, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's only the state, it's not the local government. The local government, they are not getting it all.
Okay, it's only the states that is getting it. Okay.
Thank you. So are you clamoring for local government to get it too?
Yes, I can prove it.
Okay. At least some people are getting it.
Thank you. I didn't even get his name.
Can I
just go ahead.
Plug into the point where you made about some of the state governments, declaring a state of emergency? The truth of it is that
bankruptcy. I didn't say they should just declare bankruptcy.
The truth of it is that we have people who are unqualified to actually, because each state, if you check it, has the ability to produce something. But do we have people who are willing, competent enough to channel the energies? As in every state has the capacity to generate wealth.
This conversation only be like with Maro, because it now takes us back to the fact that in Sena climes, you realize that it is the brilliant ones that are going into civil service work and changing the economy, driving the sector, public sector and all that, because they know that they are important, and then the private sector are also hustling to get more people to work with them. But here, I don't think anybody that understands what they are doing want to work in the public sector. So that's another problem. So we are in a situation whereby those you say are not qualified are the ones available to run the economy. So how do we come out of the mess?
The elections.
So which sector we never touch for this conversation?
It's a very multifaceted situation that we have. And the truth of it is that if this minimum wage, I don't even want to call the 40,000, even though it's a step in the right direction. But if the minimum wage were to be what it actually is, check other climes. I mean, I want to compare this 40,000 to welfare that people in other climes that they give as welfare, not even the minimum, as in the minimum that an individual, working individual should attract to himself or herself. So if in the real sense of the word, we have people that are willing to walk the walk, I believe that every, because even in some of the states, you can't compare, for example, an Abia state to a Lagos state. If somebody is earning 40,000 in Abia, it might be easier to manage.
Or in
right?
Or in Jos,
or in some of the areas that are not boisterous, like in Lagos here. So things should be a lot lighter, even though they feel it at different levels.
But this thing you just said, even in New York, right? Nurses in New York, they tend to give them higher pays than other nurses in other parts of the US because of the cost of living. They understand. So it's just, Lagos is an expensive state, right? So cost of accommodation, everything is really high, is on the high side. If you move down to Ibadan, it's much more,
you can actually tolerate some kind of expenses in Ibadan based on cheaper things and all of that you find.
So has Lagos State increased?
That's my point. So you see, that's why I'm saying that if you have empathetic leadership, right, you are not just leading because you want to feel like, oh, you want to make it look like you're doing a job. But no, you're actually sitting down with the experts to say, okay, you know what, can we even say, okay, barest minimum? What would it cost for a decent person, young person? You have maybe, let's just even put it, a 1-bedroom apartment, XYZ, whatever distance, transport, you understand? What would it cost for that one individual to be able to
afford accommodation, electricity,
feed, just live a decent, a fairly, as in at the barest minimum decent? All this money that they are calling, it will not even be part of the radar. Because, I mean, Lagos State government, I bought one of the houses on mortgage. When we bought the house from the 1-bedroom apartment, it was 9 million naira. Who can afford that? Your monthly rent house is about 70-something thousand naira every month. That's your monthly mortgage that you're paying as a, to own the property. Then you have to pay a 20% down payment. So the things are unrealistic. And that's my point. That when you are setting up these things, do not set up something just to sound good in the eye of the people. No. Be seen to, not be seen to be doing work. Do the work. You understand? That's how I feel it should be. And if you do that, this money will not even be part of a conversation at all. But I think we have a caller. I thought we have a caller. Sorry, we have issues with network. We apologize.
You have to. I like when Elsie said rigmarole. You have defined the vicious circle. You have rigmarole the problem. The solution appears to be clear to you and I, but apparently clear is not so clear because all the problems we face today. We are spending circa 6 point something trillion on fuel subsidy. How much of that fuel is consumed in Nigeria today? Nobody can tell you. How much of that fuel makes its way down the coast?
Nobody can tell you.
Nobody can tell you. So I ask myself, in what's the methodology that talks about waste and leakage? Lean. This thing we're doing, I read a story. In fact, I was going to take it as my story, but it was just too depressing, where the World Bank said Nigeria was facing an existential threat because our debt to GDP ratio was progressing at an alarming rate. We have a problem that we are refusing to address, right? We've ripped the band-aid off diesel. We've gone from 160 thereabouts to circa 800 there. We have found a way to all align. We are feeling the pinch, we all are. The reason and the concern that I have, because if they take away the subsidy on the fuel, we have 6 point something trillion to put back into the economy. But I'm not comfortable to say the government should do that now because of what seems to me like fiscal irresponsibility. You have to plug the gaps. If not, if the gap is there and you are now pouring more water, what happens is the leakage is just faster.
Thank you. We are losing calls today. Sorry, someone was calling from Epoma. I think a lot of people were calling from Edo State. Yeah, and that's where we are going, Uti. If we can just at least be a proactive government and say, you know what, let's block off all the leakages, which is what I believe was his name. Peter Obi, I hear that was what he did in Anambra State. You understand? You know, I've seen businesses, right? When they come into a business space, what they do, if a right-thinking business person does not say, no. What they do, first of all, what are the challenges? You know, you want to generate revenue. Where are the places where we are wasting money, first of all? That's the first thing any sensible business person you do.
Efficient.
Do you understand? You first of all block off those areas where you're losing money. Then all of a sudden you now realize that, I actually have money to run my business. But we're not saying that in our governance. All we see all the time is, they want to borrow money here, they want to borrow. Have you even tried to curb the leakages? You know what? Let's take our comments. We've run out of time.
This says, good evening, ladies. I think the Edo State government has tried to even think of its citizen. Most of the states are not paying the minimum wage of 30,000 naira. Most of the states even owe their workers month's salary. I really agree with LC that I'm impressed with the thoughts. Most Nigerians are really facing hard times, but the government officials, especially the House of Assembly, have never thought of donating some of their wages to pay off ASU. We all should learn to give up some extravagant lifestyle. Considering the reality on ground, we need to adjust. It's not been easy using myself as an example. I no longer have free money to give out. I'm sure it's a phase we'll overcome, but we need to strategize and be wise. And that's from BC. Thank you, BC.
So Austin from Delta says, well, while the move is commendable, ask the governor if there is Obaseki bus plying the major roads at affordable cost, accessible and affordable health facilities, low-cost housing for those workers on last rung of the ladder. I beg, let's all stop playing to the gallery. If he wanted the best, let him push it to 100,000, bo. Okay.
Brother, be coming down. Be coming down.
No much be coming down.
Living. All right, this is from our Ways regular fan. It says, good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying? #Ways. Is 40,000 naira minimum wage realistic? The answer is a capital no. Why does this country fall my hand every day? I really don't understand. Are we that broke? Sister Uwa spoke my mind. Why can't they make it about 80,000 to 100,000 for a start? They can afford it. Someone has a lot of responsibilities and mouths to feed. Trust me, 40,000 will never and can never be enough. Are we buying recharge cards or pricing pure water? Sister Uti, you're welcome back. We missed you a lot. Thank you, Daniel Ilo.
Thank you, Daniel Ilo. And on that note, it is well with us in Nigeria. That's all I can say.
Vote wisely.
Abio. Not my finger.
Plan. Don't depend on the government.
Sorry, talking about voting wisely.
We need to go.
Yes, talking about voting wisely quickly. People that vote wisely are the ones who go on Instagram or on any post where GRV has been declared Lagos State's running candidate for LP. All they are saying there is this man is too fine.
Okay.
This man is too fine.
Thank you so much. Before we go, thank you, ladies. Follow us on Instagram, TikTok, everywhere. It's at Ways Show Africa. You can like, share, invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. Today, a minimum wage earner has to work a day and a half just to pay for a full tank of gas. That is simply shameful. We'll see you guys live at 8 p.m. tomorrow as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
a world where social media communities can feel as real as physical communities, experiences and challenges can also be similar. With a growing number of people striving to be online influencers, many, including young women, are falling under the influence of an excessive and risky amount of social media use in search of viewers and followers. Hello, I'm Oriani Tangishaka, and welcome to this week's episode of Our Voices. On today's program, we'll examine the potential dangers and benefits of being on social media. We'll look into the advantages and challenges of being a social media influencer. We'll hear from some female influencers about their journeys. We'll also hear from experts and authors following closely the psychological effects of being under the influence of social media. Last but not least, we'll look at the role of big tech companies that create and manages the different online platforms. We begin with some of the advantages and reasons why some young women are choosing social media platforms for their everyday activities. My colleague Paul Ndiho had a chance to travel to Accra, Ghana, and met Rachel Apusiani, a young lady nicknamed the Instagram Queen, in her neighborhood of Achimota.
23-year-old Rachel Apusiani is a law student at the University of Ghana in Accra. She is a budding businesswoman and the creator and lead designer of her own label, Bonnet Haven.
But I started when I was 21. My parents will send you allowance. That's what I used to start my bonnet with: 20 pieces, paper bags, and an Instagram page, and a photo shoot.
Known in her neighborhood of Achimota, a town in the Accra Metropolitan District, as the Instagram Queen, she has become an internet sensation.
And from June till date, we've sold close to 1,000 pieces.
It wasn't until Apusiani took a professional photography class and learned how to take and post professional pictures on her Instagram page that people started taking her seriously. Building a Bonnet Haven has been tough for Apusiani, but with help from her family, a support network of other women entrepreneurs, her trusted delivery guy, she is optimistic that things will get better.
Before, I had a page, but the pictures were very unprofessional. It was just camera shots. But the minute I posted professional ones, people took interest because I appeared serious. That's okay, I know what I'm about. And that's how it started. But it's not been without help.
She hopes that one day her product will be in the hands of millions of new customers. Franklin Owusu-Kakari, Director of Business Support and Policy at the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Programs, a government initiative to empower young people, says entrepreneurs like Rachel have a unique opportunity to grow their business and make money.
When your business fails, that's a good opportunity for you to backtrack and assess yourself where you went wrong and bounce back again. Then you can be able to, because the failures, the mistakes I made in my first business, I have to be able to avoid them with the new businesses that I've set up. And for the last 10 years, our businesses have been able to stand the test of time.
Africa has one of the world's fastest growing telecom markets, and analysts say internet-based mobile solutions are helping boost development and growth on the continent. Paul Ndiho, VOA News.
Now, though parents may worry much about the amount of time their children spend on social media, others are content with those platforms which help to keep them learning during lockdowns caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. VOA's Mariama Diallo gives us an example of how using social media platforms such as Twitter, WhatsApp, and Instagram has offered free online classes to about 1,000 students or more in Nigeria.
With extended pandemic lockdowns, Basirat Ajayi decided she had to do something to help her struggling students who have been unable to go to school for months.
I do short video of it, a mathematics class. I send it to them, like 3-minute videos, 5 minutes maximum. I send it to them. Then they watch the video, they respond to it. Then I send classwork an assignment.
Using social media platforms such as Twitter, WhatsApp, and Instagram, she offers free online math classes to about 1,000 students from all over Nigeria, including 17-year-old Fortune Declan.
I'm watching a video from the online math class now.
Now other students, including one from Canada, are also joining her sessions.
Originally, when I started learning differentiation on my own, it was kind of twitchy. But when I joined the online math platform, I started learning differentiation rapidly.
Ajayi says while COVID has had a negative impact on people's lives, it pushed her to figure out creative ways to keep going.
The positive impact is that we can use technology to teach our students now, and which I'm very, very happy about.
The coronavirus pandemic forced many parents to lose their jobs, causing them to struggle to make a living and pay for the technology needed by their children to access online classes. Franca Declan is a parent.
Not all can afford the data, and not all parents can also afford the phone to give to their child to go for the online lessons.
When the 36-year-old teacher started her classes, she would use white sheets of paper to solve math problems and then videotape the steps. That changed after a parent donated a whiteboard for her to use. Mariama Diallo, VOA News.
We have to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll introduce you to some female influencers on the continent who may inspire you to live your best life online as well as make money off of it. That's coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
We're bringing women's voices to the conversation, and more than that, we're building a community of inclusion and empowerment.
Here in Kinshasa, campaigns to raise awareness against the spread of coronavirus are common, but getting that information to people who have no access to water, electricity, or money can be a challenge.
We are here at Kalerwe Market in Uganda, Kampala, where in this whole market, women are crying out for their situations to change.
For women, it will be better for us.
I think a big thing for me is just being able to say that when these protests are happening, does it turn around into policy?
Our kids are raped every single day.
This movement got the government to listen. It really was powerful because it showed what is possible when men and women band together and say, enough is enough.
It's not necessary anymore to climb on a car. I can be in any place to cheer with the people.
Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. I am Oriani Tangishaka. We're discussing the risks and benefits, advantages and disadvantages of social media platforms, especially as an influencer. Sylvia Njoki, an influencer in the East African nation of Kenya, pulls us into her world with stunning images of her life as a model and a traveler around the world, exploring its beauty one country at a time, sometimes with her young daughter. She spoke to me from Nairobi right after a trip in the countryside. I began asking her what made her become a content creator.
I was working as a fashion stylist for a long time, and I was lucky to style some of the top celebrities in Kenya, some big TV shows at the time. That was about 9 years ago. But when I got pregnant, it was very impossible for me to work or give my styling profession 100%. So I started taking pictures with the outfits I was wearing, my maternity clothing, the little things I was making for my daughter. And that's how I launched my blog. And through my love for fashion, fashion has always been the core of what I do online.
Since then, you have about 100,000 or more viewers and followers. How do you manage to keep them coming? And is that a tough job to do?
I think that if you're true to yourself and you post what is genuinely true to you and authentic, then the people who are drawn to you genuinely will stay. So as much as, financially, you sometimes have to look at the numbers. For me, I find it very draining looking at the numbers, but more rewarding to see how my content is impacting people, and 3 people who tell me that I've made their day or I've inspired them to visit a place. I think that's more rewarding for me.
So how do you balance your life as a mom, as an influencer, as someone who's in the media?
Luckily, I have my daughter who's very keen in what I'm doing in terms of photography and videography. So I do take her along with me to work sometimes. I try to balance that part of my life with her. If I can bring her with me on a trip, I'll bring her. If she can take pictures of me at home, then she'll do that. So I try to involve her in my career. I do make time for my friends as well. We are in the digital space. We are able to stay online and contact each other and stay connected. So as much as it's not very easy to meet them face to face, we are connected with my family, and you just make time for things that really matter to you, I guess.
Lately, there's been things in the medical field, worries in the medical field that children or young people are developing tics, for instance, from being so much on TikTok. Do you worry about that, or do you think that she'll grow to have a balanced amount of use of the internet and social media?
I do try and protect her. I got her off TikTok a year ago when she told me, when she only had like 4 followers, who were all girls in her class. And she said, oh, Mommy, could you please ask people to follow me? I don't get any likes. And I'm like, oh no, maybe this is not the right thing. If you're 7 years old and you're concerned that you're not getting as many likes as your 4 friends on TikTok, I just thought it was a place for her to express herself creatively. And she's old enough for me to have conversations and show her what's happening on the internet with, the bad, the good, and the bad that's happening online to not just children, but even to adults. So I do try to make her aware of these conversations. And, we can only protect them so much when they're in our spaces. They're out there, they have friends, but I think having these conversations with them gives them a sense of awareness. And
what would you give as an advice to young women who are coming up and, as you said, could actually make it a job and an income? What would be one of your advices?
I think it's a good thing when it starts off as a hobby. When you do something, whether you're cooking and you do it for fun, or you love dressing up, or you love taking photos of your neighborhood or your friends, when it starts off as a hobby, that is the most beautiful thing. Because when people start paying you to do what you love, there's nothing more rewarding. And sometimes I get so tired doing photo shoots, but at the end of the day, it's what I love. And I'd rather be tired doing what I love than being paid to. I always tell my friends this, I have a degree in food science and technology. I say, oh, I'm so much happier being paid doing photo shoots rather than standing in a food factory or a food lab all day.
Now we go to Uganda. I spoke to none other than Zahara Toto, also known as DJ Zato, a woman whose energy is unmatched when it's time for action online or offline. I met her 2 years ago in Kampala, was impressed by her energy, work ethic, as well as passion for everything she does as an entertainer. DJ Zato has an army of more than 500,000 followers just on Instagram. She's a TV and radio presenter at NBS and Next Radio. She spoke to me from the studios in Kampala right after her midday show. I began asking her if she predicted the large following she has today.
I grew up a social person. I've always been on TV. I've always been on radio. I was raised for that. I was raised for being on the media platforms. So I never thought that social media would contribute that so much to my career and my path. The greatest advantage is that I've got an opportunity to showcase my work, my line of business on social media.
Now, companies must be behind you all the time wanting to do advertisement with you. How do you handle that dozens of requests? I mean, do you have people helping you, or do you manage all of that?
Well, I don't have anybody helping me as of now. Being a social media influencer in my country, Uganda, is kind of hard and difficult. It's so hard to trust somebody to run your accounts for you. Yeah, so you find yourself doing all this work by yourself. And I'm okay with it, Orion. I'm alone and I'm okay with it.
That's great. Wow.
Yeah.
You're a superwoman, I tell you. You have faithful followers. What are some of the tips you can give women influencers, young women influencers who are coming up on the scene and they want to be where you are, even beyond?
All right, now, first and foremost, you gotta find your niche. Orion, you got to find that one ground. That's something that you love most, yeah? Something that you know you really love, because once you love that something, once you wanna do it on a daily, you're going to do it with consistency. And consistency is key if you are a social media influencer. So consistency on content Yeah, on content, on whatever you want to push. Is it your lifestyle that you want to show people out there? Is it your work? Is it your business, your products? What exactly do you want the world to see out there? You have to find a social media calendar. Like I said, consistency is key. No matter what you do, you have to align your content. You cannot post 1,000 contents in a day and tomorrow you have nothing to post. So you have to draw your influencing calendar, and that will be good for you. The other thing is you have to choose a platform. Yeah, you have to choose a platform. You might choose any platform, like you might find your energies are bigger on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Yet on TikTok and Snapchat, your energy is not there. So focus where your energy, where your followers, your fan base is. Focus on what your fans really, really, really love, and that will make you successful.
Do you ever feel maybe I've influenced people in the wrong way? I didn't mean this particular post. What do you do then?
Yeah, sometimes I go overboard. But you know that overboard that I go, I'm actually the me that the social media doesn't know. That's actually the me. So even though I post something or influence something in a negative manner or in a wrong way, or maybe somebody or the crowd or my followers take it in a wrong way, Orion, I think I'm portraying the me people don't know, and I'm okay with it. And I don't feel bad about showing them that other side of me. It's me being human on social media. Everybody makes mistakes, and I'm okay and open to criticism.
We have social media influencers that are also parents, and they're also single moms that are also doing other things. How do you strike a balance?
First and foremost, my kids know my line of business. They know my line of job. They never intervene with anything concerning me and my work. They know it brings food on our plates. It provides a good, healthy living for themselves. So they never intervene in any way. And being a mother and a social media influencer, I've also tried to influence a lot of mother in Africa, in my country. You know, being a strong mother in my country is very hard. Having 3 kids and no husband and no boyfriend, just one job is not easy. So I've used my influencing work and my pages to influence and empower young women in my country. Orion, I feel very powerful. I feel very good when I do that for the young ladies out there, and they are so proud of me. Same applies for my children. They are so proud of me.
We have to take another quick break, but when we come back, we discuss the dangers to produce content at all costs. Pressures causing some to wonder whether some are influencers or are under the influence of social media. We bring you a story of an Instagram influencer who recently faced backlash after posing in front of her deceased father's casket. We also talk to an author who's following closely the phenomenon of young women developing tics from TikTok. You don't want to miss that. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. Now, an influencer is someone who can promote a brand or make a brand out of their lifestyle by using social media such as Facebook, YouTube, or Instagram to influence followers to buy into that lifestyle. Now, what about those who some people view as personalities under the influence of social media, doing the most in search of viewers and followers? Some even are developing what clinicians are calling functional lactic behavior. Now, to discuss this very worrisome health report, I spoke to author and blogger Heather Carter. Mrs. Carter writes extensively about addiction as well as what she calls diseases of the soul.
I think for me, I was just astounded that you can develop a physical type of disorder from repeatedly watching these TikToks.
Mm-hmm. Now, in a Wall Street Journal article, writer Julie Jargon explains the tic phenomena this way. The movements are sociogenetic, meaning they are developed socially but have a profound and real neurological effects. Patients had physical jerks such as neck twitching or were compulsively and involuntarily repeating words like beans. Why beans?
They don't even explain the beans. I'm not sure why beans got in there, but you know, obviously what we think about, we bring about. You know, if we're watching things over and over, and that's why I love the idea of ruminating on scripture, memorizing things that God has for us to hear, because those things are eventually going to come out also. But we have to insert that information more often and more regular than what the things we're seeing on TV or social media or with our friends. You know, it's not just social media's fault. We're the ones who have to control what's going in.
So could that be precisely what we're talking about? Influencers and those under the influence.
Well, and that is the thing that really hit home, because I just came out with my new book called Soul Selfie, #NoFilter. And it's my second book. My first one's just called Soul Selfie. But it's the idea that we turn that camera back around on our own souls and take a look what's going on in there. And when I realized how people are being physically affected by the repetition of TikToks and other things from social media, it really makes me think about what's going on. That came after what started happening in here. So how many things are happening to women by what they watch, and how we're comparing ourselves to things that aren't even real. We know they're not real, but we still seem to base our identity often on what we see on social media.
Heather, can you explain to us what you mean by diseases of the soul, which could be what some are going through or experiencing on the internet?
Well, one of the things that I learned from my leukemia journey is that God just said, Heather, you are a full-time job. And that meant that I needed to turn that camera back around and look at the things that were going on in me. So diseases of the soul, or common plagues of the heart, as I call them, are worry, fear, resentment, control, image management, comparison, jealousy, just to name a few. And I found that I'm not the only one who has those diseases. And unfortunately, they are chronic. And my goal in writing is to help you know that you're not alone in your struggles and that there's always hope.
And so in your view, the internet has been where most people have been going to trying to find solutions to those diseases of the soul that you talk about in your writing?
People are looking to the wrong sources for those answers. Even though it seems like we're really all connected, we're really isolated, because those aren't real. We see real pictures on social media, but they are not, it's not the real world. We only see a snapshot of their day and it looks perfect. But you didn't see the fight before the shot, and you didn't see the argument after the shot was taken, you know, but we're comparing ourselves to that cute little picture.
We now bring you the story that recently raised a lot of eyebrows. An influencer or someone under the influence of social media? Well, we'll let you be the judge. A young woman in Florida, here in the United States, recently faced harsh criticism after posing in front of her deceased father's casket and posting it on Instagram. 24-year-old Jane Rivera shared photos of her posing next to her father's open casket at his funeral. She was wearing what some considered to be a sexy black suit. Now, in some of the pictures, she appeared to be content of the images, even smiling in some of them. Now, many people took it to Twitter and commented extensively about her pictures and videos, trying to make sense out of them. Here's what some had to say. When you surround yourself daily with people who do nothing but tell you how awesome and hot you are, and everything you do is perfect, then this makes perfect sense. Oh my God, this is the exact representation of a hollow generation, sick with social networks, empty, just looking for approval. These Instagram influencers can do anything for looking good and for some followers. Shame on such people. According to NBCnews.com, in an interview with them, Mrs. Rivera said that she, quote unquote, understood the negative reception, but clarified by stating that the photos were taken, and I quote, with the best intentions, in the manner my father would have approved had he still been alive. Let us know what you think about Mrs. Rivera's social media post about her deceased father's pictures and videos. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Our handle is @VOA Our Voices. We are also on WhatsApp. Our number is right there on your screen. Now, last but not least, some may ask, what is the role of big tech companies who create and run the social media platforms? Facebook was recently in the hot seat again. A Wall Street Journal report cites internal knowledge of its harmful effect and the company's unwillingness to act. A whistleblower, a former Facebook employee, came out in public in October to testify against the social media company, only adding to the scrutiny. VOA's Tina Trim tells us more.
Facebook, the social networking giant that also owns Instagram and WhatsApp, is in the spotlight once again.
I'm here today because I believe Facebook's products harm children, stoke division, and weaken our democracy.
Frances Haugen worked at Facebook for 2 years as a project manager, but has since become known as the Facebook whistleblower. Haugen testified at a Senate hearing about what she says is an intentional lack of action and transparency by the company and its related apps, such as Instagram. She said Facebook algorithms tend to promote falsehoods faster than the truth, citing misinformation campaigns that have spread in the U.S. and abroad.
The company's leadership knows how to make Facebook and Instagram safer, but won't make the necessary changes because they have put their astronomical profits before people.
According to Facebook's own study, 32% of teenage girls on Instagram said that when they felt bad about their bodies, the site made them feel worse.
Facebook knows that its amplification algorithms, things like engagement-based ranking on Instagram, can lead children from very innocuous topics like healthy recipes, just something innocent like healthy recipes, to anorexia promoting content over a very short period of time.
But Facebook says that Haugen only had a limited view of research and policy decisions at the social media firm and pointed that out during her testimony. Facebook's head of global safety appeared before senators.
Has Facebook ever found a change to its platform would potentially inflict harm on users, but move forward because the change would also grow users or increase revenue?
It's not been my experience at all at Facebook. We care deeply about the safety and security of the people on our platform. We've invested $12 billion in it. We have thousands and thousands of people working on this issue. That's just not how we would approach it.
We've had Facebook, in testimonies at hearings, also always saying they're going to do better, they're going to do different, and then they walk away and nothing happens or nothing majorly happens. And I think that this is the first time that that's being documented about all the things that they actually had information about, things that they could have done, and they just didn't do it.
Some are comparing Facebook to a pivotal moment in the cigarette industries.
Facebook and big tech are facing a big tobacco moment, a moment of reckoning. When we learned of those files that showed not only that big tobacco knew that its product caused cancer, but that they had done the research, they concealed the files.
It remains to be seen if lawmakers and regulators will act to curtail Facebook's alleged harm. And it's not clear how Facebook will respond, even if the calls for change originate from within. Tina Trin, VOA News.
And that's all for us this week. On behalf of VOA and my colleagues on Our Voices, thank you for being with us. Until next time, have a great day.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of guns,
whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
What we see and envy in other countries, we don't pay enough attention to how it is done. So for example, people are always talking about, we should tell African stories. I smile.
I'm one of those who says that.
I think that we should talk to ourselves first before we're even worried about what people are thinking about us. We overvalue the opinion of other people. We don't value ourselves. We don't value our people.
But isn't that why we should tell our own story?
To ourselves.
Yes, first.
You understand?
Yes.
So we won't be talking about telling African story because we didn't wake up this morning and think first and foremost I'm African. I think I'm Nigerian.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
understand? So in Nigeria,
Yes.
first and foremost, we need to talk to ourselves. How do we talk to ourselves? What do we say to ourselves?
What's
Every
our
day.
reality?
So what does reality mean?
Reality.
And what lens are we looking at reality from?
Good afternoon. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. The Nigerian Immigration Service has launched a new electronic enhanced passport center in Port Harcourt, Rivers State capital, to cater for applications in Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, and Cross River State. The Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, who launched the rollout in Port Harcourt, said that the e-passport office, which is equipped with latest technology in passport administration and issuance, will ease passport processing for citizens within the region.
Minister of Interior Rauf Aregbesola said Nigeria's enhanced passport is the real deal and should be made available to the people of South Nigeria. Aregbesola said the enhanced passport was unique, with many security features including biometric data page, letter engravings, and notably a letter image showing the date of birth, amongst others.
It cannot be compromised by counterfeiters and identity thieves. There is no shortage of passport booklets now. Then we once again found a note of warning to the few officials of the Nigerian Immigration Service involved in corrupt acts and undermining reforms in passport administration, that the game is up. The game is up. Except you repent and desist from these untoward acts, we shall find you and flush you out of the system.
Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike expressed delight that applicants would no longer need the services of third parties to obtain their passport. Represented by his deputy, Dr. Ikpalibo Banigo, he thanked the minister and his team for all their contributions towards national security.
As a government, we are always supporting federal government services. The whole of these buildings are occupied by federal government agencies. But we know that there's need for us to partner. So we are always ready to give our own quota to federal government. And we know that federal government will also give us their own quota. I'm very happy and delighted to find that here that applicants for passports no longer need the services of third parties to obtain their passports. That's a great delight for us. It's a great encouragement for our people.
Earlier, the Comptroller General of Nigeria Immigration Service, Issa Jere Idris, assured Nigerians of the determination of the service to enhance its services. Idris said passport applicants are expected to process via the immigration online portal.
Passport applicants who intend to process their applications in any of these states are expected to forms online. Part of effort to improve applicants' experiences in process, we have provided a status tracking system, meaning that you can track your application at the comfort of your office.
Aregbesola also approved 10,000 booklets of passport for South in order to clear the backlog. He said the passports come in 3 categories: the 32-page 5-year validity, 64-page 5-year validity, and the 64-page 10-year validity for 18 years and above, adding that minors should not go for 10 years validity.
For Nigeria to regain its lost glory in the educational sector, there is need for adequate funding of public schools across the country. Professor of Education Ibrahim Bajabiamila stated this at a stakeholders meeting in Ogun State. He lamented the poor performances of Nigerian students at the West African examination over the last decade, as no Nigerian school is on the top 10. Also acknowledging the importance of education, the State Secretary of the Road Transport Employees Association of Nigeria advocated the teaching of road science to students starting from the primary level in order to catch them young.
We were previously spending 9%, and now in 2022, it has dropped down to 5%. And that is why it is difficult for the children to excel. Nigerian parents are spending more than the federal budget on education in Ghana alone. So not to talk of South Africa, Malaysia, USA. So we are developing other people's education sector. And so the way out is for us to do the needful and spend what is required to meet the standard. And it is very difficult for our children to compete in the WAEC exams in science. We don't have quality science laboratories. So that was not the case many years ago.
Education is the main thing, because if you have education, your reasoning, your approach, how you look at things will be different from your colleagues that you are in the same profession together. Because if you have education, we know that there is no gain in killing one another because of anything, maybe because of religion or because of tribalism, ethnicity. So, no, there's no need. But having a good and quality education, most especially the children, the foundation is the main thing. We need to have a very concrete foundation for them.
As part of effort to tackle unemployment, which has remained one of the biggest problems confronting Nigeria today, the Nigerian chapter of the International Facility Management Association, in collaboration with the Lagos State Technical and Vocational Education Board, has graduated 40 students with technical skills. The Executive Secretary of LASVEB, Merongeze, said that Nigeria must pay attention to vocational and technical education, as according to her, this will make the country's economy thrive and more jobs created. She also stated that Nigeria's, especially Lagos State, is embracing technical and vocational education because they are the backbone of any economy.
I think for me, the good thing is that even before our students finished, 40 of them had been employed. And the significance is that they have confidence in the skills that we provide to our students, and they were willing to take them on, immediately. So that is really very good. I think a few of our students went to some of the companies under IFMA. They carried out their students' work experience there. And based on that recognition, based on the work that they did during their students' industrial work experience, it made them come back to us to say, you know what, we'd like to partner with you, and we would like to work with you in giving us students for employment. Having said that, what it means is that we will continue to produce highly skilled technicians for the world of work.
On their part, the president of FBA Nigerian chapter, Segun Adebayo, and the former president of the association, Stephen Jagan, said that this initiative to a large extent will help to solve the rate of unemployment in the country.
So today, by the grace of God, with the collaboration of some of our corporate members, we have created employment for 40 people. So, and it's also, the engagement is the maiden edition. So beyond the employment, we're also speaking to them in the areas of leadership, ethics and moral behavior in workplace that also enhance their career development. So we won't play lip service to sustainability. And 40 out of many is also a number. And I say a drop in the ocean makes it more big. But for us, it's continuous, and we hope to sustain this. We are already advocating to some of our corporate members to also follow suit. And we have quite a number of them who also believe in what we are doing and who have given us assurance of supporting this initiative.
You see, what we're trying to do is that these will not have, they have been trained to have skills. Ordinarily, they will just acquire these skills and then end up in their brains and elsewhere. But we're trying to say, see, as you acquire the skill, we will try to connect with those who need the skills. And so it's a win-win for everybody. Now, these people engaging the skills now, instead of just looking for people and they are not sure where they're coming from, they are sure that these people are coming from a recognized place. And also for this vocational training center, they are aware that their reputation is at stake. So they will produce the best to ensure that these people become the ambassador. And for the students, now they have a sense, a means of livelihood to live, and also remembering that those coming behind them, if they do well, these companies will come and pick more people, and then other companies that are associated with those companies will ask, where do you get your hands from? So it's a win-win. And for economy, it's one of the best things that can happen, that we're engaging our young ones, directing their energy in the right direction. That's it. You don't need to stay at home and be doing nothing. You can be productive, add value to the economy, add value to your own life.
Some of the graduating students also expressed their joy.
Very elated, very excited about the entire arrangement that has put me into the limelight. You see, graduating from a technical college and getting a job immediately, to me, it's a miracle that is least expected. Coming from my background as a graduate, that the university poured into the economy with nothing for myself for over 8 years or 10. But now I came to a technical college, less than a month of my graduation, I'm getting a job. So it's a miracle. And I praise Jehovah God for it.
I feel very elated right now, and I am grateful to every person and organization that has contributed to this progress. And I'm saying thank you very much. Don't limit yourself to a particular position that you are right now. Try as much as possible to step out of your comfort zone. Find knowledge wherever you can, and don't look down on anyone. The smallest person around you can give you what a bigger person might not be able to give to you. So just try to be a better version of yourself.
And in business, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and its allies has said that it expects the global oil market to tip into surplus this quarter as it downgrades the outlook for demand, which will also be rivaled by non-OPEC supplies. This is coming despite warnings by the International Energy Agency, as OPEC Plus will most likely not carry out the 100,000 barrels per day production target increase in the coming months due to limited spare capacity. OPEC forecast for the month in its newest monthly report states that it will quote forecast for the amount of crude it will need to pump in the third quarter of 2022 by 1.24 million barrels a day to 28.27 million a day. And finally, in entertainment, Nigerian music star Femi Kuti has denied calling obedient who are simply those campaigning for the Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi Zombies. Kuti stated that his words were taken out of context, added that what he meant was it's too angry at his age to be obedient, and he does not like the term. He further stated that if Peter Obi wins and actually changes the country, the better for all of us. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games, Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Nigerian female artists have shown growth and made a remarkable impact in their music careers. The process of thriving, staying relevant, and consistent with music hits in the Nigerian industry that is so competitive is not as easy as its female artists make them seem. The following artists, in no particular order, have worked hard for their career success, which in turn has then made them top favorites. First off on the list is Tiwa Savage. Tiwa Savage, also known as Mommy Jam Jam, was already a major success by the time her debut Once Upon a Time arrived in 2013. She continued releasing hits throughout the following decade and expanded her global reach, performing at international festivals and venues and appearing on the 2019 soundtrack The Lion King: The Gift. With releases like her 2020 Cecilia and of course the latest 2021 Water and Gary EP, her sound grew to incorporate vintage Afrobeat influences, while her lyrics have become more socially conscious and female empowering. I mean, people can't seem to get enough of her most recent 2021 music hits featuring iconic American female artist Brandy, titled Somebody's Son.
Somebody's son, go find me one day. One day, I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day, somebody's son, go love me one day. One day, I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day, yeah.
Coming in at number 2 on the list is Mama Africa, as Yemi Alade is popularly known, which obviously can be argued was derived from her flamboyant display of African fashion she has consistently stuck to throughout her career. I mean, in 2016, she was named brand ambassador for African Fashion Week Nigeria and African Fashion Week London, respectively. But away from fashion, she is a Nigerian Afro-pop singer and songwriter who emerged in 2009 as the winner of the popular Pig Talent Show. After the Pig competition, she released her debut single Fimisile later that year. A deal with the Efizi Music Group yielded the 2013 international massive hit song Johnny. With over 138 million views on YouTube alone and counting, which was included on her debut album King of Queens in 2014. A mix of reggae, R&B, rap, and Afropop, the album featured a number of collaborations between notable producers and guest artists like Fino and of course Chidima. Her follow-up album Mama Africa was released in 2016 and featured the singles Do As I Do and Ferrari. A companion EP, Mama Afrique, followed in 2017, and to be very honest, she has not slowed down ever since in her music journey of conquering Africa with her indigenous sound till this very moment.
When my money no dey complete, when my rising no get me so, when my life no dey jolly, but now.
Number 3 is Tenny. Nigerian singer and songwriter Tenny is known for uplifting, stylistically eclectic songs that stand apart from her Afropop contemporaries. She first came into prominence in 2018 when a series of songs, including Case, found a streaming audience numbering in the millions. Her debut EP, Billionaire, followed in 2019. She signed with Magic Finger Records to release her first song, Amen, in 2016. Moving to Dr. Dollar's Entertainment in the following year, her second track, Virgin, found a broader audience, and the year 2018 brought mainstream hits like Case and, of course, the very likable Uyomeyo. She presented her first EP, Billionaire, in 2019 and was nominated for a BET Awards for Best New International Act and an MTV Europe Music Award for Best African Act. Still with Dr. Dollar, Tenny teamed up with DJ Neptune on the next year's The Quarantine Playlist EP.
Wanna make love on the moon, dancing to my tunes. Easy too much, it's not too much. I wanna be a forest, if wishes were horses. Easy too much, it's not too much.
Coming in as number 4, Tems is a Nigerian Alte R&B singer, songwriter, and record producer. She is what you can refer to as the new kid on the block, but with a massive success. Since 2018, local hits like Mr. Rebel, Try Me, and of course the striking EP for Broken Ears have earned her prominence from within Nigeria's Alte scene, alternative music and fashion subculture that has both chaffed against and filtered with the mainstream. Now, the stunning global 1 in a Million blow up Rich of Essence featuring Wizkid has been nothing but transformative for Tems' career. Tems also appeared on Certified Lover Boy, the Drake album. Yes, the American rapper Drake. Tems featured on Drake's album that has topped the US and UK charts this month on the song Fountains.
I don't know why you're the one. Turn me out of my mind. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body.
And finally, coming as number 5 is Simi. Simi is an award-winning Nigerian female music artist with years of experience under her belt. Her professional music career started in 2008, following the release of her first debut studio album titled Ogaju in 2008, which contains songs like Iya Temi and Araele, with the entire musical production from Sam Clef. In 2016, Simi released an EP with Fowls titled Chemistry, and followed it up in September of 2017 with her very own sophomore album Simisola, which was a hit, making it at number 5 on Billboard World Music Charts.
The album also debuted at number 1 on both Apple Music and iTunes charts and held that position for 3 weeks.
Apart from staying steady on her game as a singer and songwriter, she can also be credited with mixing and mastering her now husband Adekunle Gold's debut studio album, Gold.
Shall we get assignments? But you no pay attention to the intimidation she dey face. No be like water.
I bet your eyes and ears are thrilled with music videos coming from Nigerian artists. You obviously notice the singer, the video vixens, and other talents. But what about the music director? Close your eyes, think about your favorite music video, and see if you can tell who directed it. Great if you can, sad if you can't. We're here to celebrate the brains behind the videos out there, and here are 5 top Nigerian music video directors. Number 1. Clarence Peters. He's a director, filmmaker, and cinematographer. The founder and chief executive officer of Capital Dream Pictures was involved in a mobile-sponsored music video for a documentary on AIDS in 1998. He directed 40 episodes of the TV series Everyday People. Peters has also shot a good number of documentaries, TV commercials, short films, and TV features. He has directed music videos for recording artists such as Dare, Durella, Wizkid, Shei Shei, Burna Boy, Waje, Tubaba, Fino, Runtown, and Yemi Alade. Peters has won numerous awards for his works. Number 2. TG Omori. Also known as Boy Director, TG Omori is a Nigerian music video director and cinematographer. He started directing at 15 while overseeing stage plays at school and church. He began making videos a year later but took it up professionally at 18 after graduating from Pencil Film Institute. This made him the youngest professional filmmaker in Nigeria. He has worked with Olamide, Wizkid, Burna Boy, Techno, Kiss Daniel, Fireboy DML, Fowls, Timaya, Naira Marley, and many others.
So I put the feather camera when I pass it down. Put some Gucci on that booty cause she kill a man. That's why she don't want to push, she wanna stick around. But she still say that she love me cause I'm sexy. And I tell her that she lying, that she flexing. She be screaming, I be screaming, we be reckless. But I know that she be like your makeup sexy.
Number 3, Meji Alabi. This London-born Nigerian filmmaker, director, photographer, and producer has worked alongside Beyonce, Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, Tiwa Savage, Popcan, Goldlink, and Nasty C. He directed Shay Shay's Murder in 2014, a move that gave him the desired attention in Nigeria. Alabi also worked with Wizkid on his Made in Lagos album. He's a co-founder of JM Films with Jimmy Adesoya.
You know my style, you know big chance, then it's all up, eBay. If you say you get the man, then you wanna try, you could go die, baby. It's been a landslide for a long time, but then no one believe me. All up when I come back, you one try, but you do have me for easy.
Number 4, Dami Twitch. His original name is Owolabi Oluwadamilola. Twitch started with photography in 2013 before going to full music production in 2017. That was the year he shot his first music video for Burna Boy and Yonda. He has gone on to shoot visuals for Fowls, Burna Boy, Olamide, Lil Kesh, Victor A.D., Simi, Peruzzi, Mayokun, Leah, and Davido. Number 5, HG2 Filmworks. Olaolu Olabode Folarin, also known as HG2 Filmworks, the Nigerian-American music video director, graphic designer, entrepreneur, and cinematographer. Olabode began his production journey as a graphic designer and later went into full-time music video production in 2010. He has directed music videos for big-name artists like D'banj, Kiss Daniel, Dami Crane, Reminisce, Nice, and Scales. You will agree with me that these directors bend over backwards to churn out massive videos for our entertainment. And such, they deserve more than enough accolades for their contributions. So whenever you watch your favorite artist videos, always remember the men behind the scene.
Hey, what's up guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Hello and welcome to One on One. My guest today is Peter Georgeson. He's the CEO and founder at Technology Metal Market, a global platform which manages investments on critical metals. Peter, thank you for joining us today.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Okay, how's your trip around Nigeria been so far?
More than awesome. In fact, it's been fantastic. I've enjoyed the people, most importantly. I've enjoyed the communities that we've met. We've been across several states. We've visited Nasarawa State and Oyo State and Kwara State and Kogi State and Federal Capital Territory. Today we're in Lagos. So it's been a great pleasure, and I've been amazed, as usual, by everything here. Find the people just to be wonderful. And from the business point of view, tons of potential.
Oh, great. This is your first time in Nigeria?
This is my third time to Nigeria in the last 3 months, in fact. So I'm
really?
becoming, yes, an adopted son of Nigeria, in fact.
Did you pick up any languages or any slangs along the way?
Well, I learned what an Okada man was a few days ago when we were trekking through Kwara State.
Yeah.
We had to go over a bunch of rivers.
Yeah, I saw that video where you were on the
exactly.
motorbike, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
so
cool.
That's one of the words I picked up.
Okay, nice. So let's get straight to it. So we're talking about the metal market.
Sure.
I find that in a lot of African countries, mining is all that gets done. You know, they take the resources and they take it out of the continent, and then nothing ever gets done. Nothing is refined or built here. Why is that so?
Well, everything, it's an evolution, right? And it takes times not just in the own country, but times in the development of other countries around the world and the demand that there is to understand that the long game, the development game is where the real value is. Mm-hmm. So I think it's now Africa is understanding that in general, Nigeria specifically, that by adding value to your own industries, you're not only bringing a whole dimension of a better industry, more economic power, but there's the social dimension, the social impact, all the different angles that the skilled labor and many different other facets of building the communities that happens. So why has it not happened? Well, I think it's been an evolution process, right? Where now we're at a time where it's understood here in Africa and Nigeria that this is really what has to happen.
Okay, so I know that the mining industry is a big business, and it really will have a great impact on the African economy. But I want you to tell me the how. How will it grow our GDP as a continent?
Well, again, it comes back to bringing the value back home, right? Today, there is this amazing requirement in the West, call it a need, right, for a lot of the critical core resources that exist across the continent. But if you're just shipping earth, moving the earth around has been happening for centuries, in fact, started hundreds of years ago. Mm-hmm. You're only really going to take the primary value right off the top. But when you start adding value onto any of the different battery metal verticals, that's when you exponentially gain. So you gain from an economic point of view, there's much more value. You gain from a social point of view, because all of a sudden you have more money in the communities, more skilled labor, communities that are happier. And when you have happier people, well, everything becomes nicer. There's less crime, there's less violence, there's less reason to be angry. And this has been a recurring trend, not just in Africa, but around the world, where you have product being taken out, the spoils being left behind. And in fact, eventually comes a day where people say, what's been left for us? And this is where it really starts changing. The whole country can change from adding value to every single mineral that you process by taking it up the value tree.
Okay, great. So let's talk about skill. Now, for you, you're a businessman, and when I was reading about your profile, like, oh, Peter is not a social capitalist, but he's a venture capitalist. So let's talk about the skills, because like you've said, in centuries, we haven't had the skills in Africa because we have not honed it. Resources have been taken out. Are you going to bring in people to train the locals? How is it going to work to get the skills required
And that's a natural part of it, right? And then all of a sudden that evolution happens and the skills start developing, right? When everyone starts learning the best techniques. If you don't have a processing industry, then you're never going to learn how to process to a world-class level.
True.
But when you start having that processing industry, all of a sudden the skills naturally develop here. So that's a big part of it, right? And when you have the skills, then you start evolving even further and taking those skills even further. And that's when the community starts benefiting more from higher paid jobs, more investment in the country. And once we set the example, I think other industries will realize the same thing, and this will spread very quickly. And it's not just Nigeria I'm talking about the entirety of Africa.
Yeah. Okay, so you've gone to quite a couple of states across the country. How have you been able to convince the government and get them to win your trust that this is exactly what you want to do? Because, like you said, over the centuries, we've had people come, take out resources and move. But how have you been able to tell them, okay, this is exactly what I want to do, and I need you to believe me that I'm going to stay true to my word or to the contract?
Well, it's not about believing me, right? It's about believing in yourself, in fact. And it's kind of a logical, again, evolution, right? When you take a raw material, it has only a basic core value. But when you take that material a step up and you process it further, it achieves a new value. And all of a sudden, the environmental side of the equation starts coming in, because when you're taking like an ore, any different metal ore, and you're moving it up to a concentrate, you're reducing a tremendous amount of waste. That waste is not being shipped around the world anymore. And then you take that even further up, you're adding even more value to your product. So for me, the way I look at this, it's really just bringing the confidence to understand that today, say here in Nigeria, you have the most chips on the table, you got the best cards, and nobody should be telling you to fold your cards. That's in fact the point. So it's not trust me, I'm the enabler. I'm the one that's helping inspire the awakening that's already there. It exists inside. The power is already here. You got the power. Now it's a question of how to use that for your best benefit. And that's what I'm here to do, right? It's a balanced equation.
Okay.
The point is, if you don't have balance, you can't have a win-win for a long relationship, in any relationship.
True, very true. Okay, let's talk about illegal mining. How do we curb illegal mining? Because for everywhere there's illegal mining, there are illegal miners along the way. So how do we curb this?
I mean, on one hand, it's kind of understandable, right? Because everybody's got a family to feed, right? And when you don't have necessarily opportunities anywhere or everywhere, you got to do something to feed your family. But the fact of the matter is, and we've seen a lot of illegal miners across the country, and I always ask, the people we're with not to be angry with them. Don't give them a hard time. Let them realize the fact that if we do this as an industry, we build an industry, they're going to make a lot more money from legal mining. And that's when a community starts developing further. When you start being able to not just take the earth, ship it out, but actually are able to have concentration plants in a state, and eventually a larger facility that can go to a sulfate or a carbonate in metal terms. It's a more advanced product. Well, then you have every reason to work legally, because the opportunities just widen. You have, in fact, people that will find the way to make their own jobs in these industries. People that'll create their own employment now, because the opportunities will exist legally. And if you can make more money legally, why be illegal, right?
Be illegal? Oh.
And that's the whole point.
All right, now let's talk about child labor. That's a concern for me. How do we ensure that we don't have, because like in Congo, and I don't even like to just use Congo, African countries. I'm sure when you were coming in traffic, you'd have seen some hawkers, on the bridge or on the road, and there are a lot of child hawkers and child laborers. How do we ensure that in this mining process there are not a lot of child laborers, or not at all in the business?
That's a good question, and it has really a two-sided answer here, because a lot of and to be honest, you see it happen, but it's not because they're laboring there. I haven't seen, in fact, laborers really down there. What I've seen is families on a Saturday, mothers often, that have no other place to have their children, right? So they have them on their back and they're working on the mines, or the kids don't have anywhere else to go, so they're there on the mines. But how do you fix that? Number one, it's the easy stuff. You create a reinvestment, right? The social impact side of it. You reinvest in the local community. So you have schools, you have football fields, you have playgrounds, you have teachers that come on a Saturday. In fact, every day over a summer or any day that's necessary. Then all of a sudden you have a place. And this is reinvestment from the companies that are actually there doing the work. That's step one. But if you take that a step further and think of the monetary side of this, right? When you actually can prove, and everything in the world today, everybody knows everything about everything, right? It's a huge risk for any Western company to have one picture of its mind with children on the site. In fact, you might take years, if ever, restoring your reputation when those types of things happen. But let's flip it around a little bit, right? When your reputation is stellar, when you have a product that is ethically created, where you don't have child labor, you have lovely conditions, you are respecting the environment, you're bringing as much sustainability and durability into your business as possible. Now all of a sudden you have a higher value product. The West will pay a premium for an ethical product, right? So ethical lithium, ethical graphite, ethical cobalt, right? Now this has got a premium on it. So there's, in fact, the most direct incentive ever for the investors here, let's say any local investors in this country to especially do it right, and the international ones, create an ethical product, and you're going to have a higher value. You're going to get a premium for that product. And I think that's maybe the best incentive. You know, it's absolute game theory, right, where when you bring the means to the end of a higher product is by doing it right, well, then that's where it starts. But this has got to be a top-down approach and a bottom-up. You have to teach the communities that this is better, this is going to bring more by doing it right. And from the top, it's got to be, you kind of got to buy in to this philosophy. But I see it happening all over the world today. Most people are making this buy-in. They've realized that it's the right thing to do, but it's also from an economic standpoint, it brings a higher value product, and that's a huge win. So doing things right is a win for everybody, in fact.
Okay, I totally agree with you. Okay, let's take a short break. We'll take a short break and then we'll be right back. Stay with us.
What we see and envy in other countries, we don't pay enough attention to how it is done. So for example, people are always talking about, oh, you know, we should tell African stories. I smile.
I'm one of those who says that.
You know, I mean, I think that we should talk to ourselves first before we're even worried about what people are thinking about us. You know, we overvalue the opinion of other people. We don't value ourselves. We don't value our people.
But isn't that why we should tell our own story?
To ourselves.
Yes, first.
Do you understand?
Yes.
So we won't be talking about telling African story because we didn't wake up this morning and think first and foremost I'm African. I think I'm Nigerian.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
understand? So in Nigeria,
yes,
first and foremost, we need to talk to ourselves. How do we talk to ourselves? What do we say to ourselves?
What's
Every
our
day.
reality?
So what does reality mean?
Reality.
And what lens are we looking at reality from?
Thank you for staying with us on One-on-One. I still have Peter Jodison with me here in the studio. Okay, thank you. Interesting conversation so far. So let's talk about the mined minerals. What's the word now? What role do they play in the global energy market, especially because they are still solid fossils?
Well, they play a massive role, and this is in fact the whole dynamic which is creating this great opportunity. You have an entire world shifting to electric vehicles, for example, and lesser use of hydrocarbons. And when you look at electric vehicles and electric vehicle and battery technologies, you have a multitude of various different minerals which are going into that. You mentioned cobalt earlier. We've talked about lithium. We've talked about graphite. Graphite is the key, what's called anode material, which goes into batteries. You have manganese, you have the rare earths, and it's not just the EV industry. You have so many different end-use industries within this energy revolution that are requiring these minerals. And as has often been the case in history, Africa is very blessed, geologically speaking. Nigeria, in fact, specifically, some of the mineralizations here in Nigeria are amongst the best in the world. So this is even more the reason to harness those and develop those yourselves. And this is what's really the leading factors here. It's this incredible global need for these metals. And there is, in fact, an insatiable need. And I can assure you of this, the demand is probably at an exponential of 10 times more than the supply available around the world. And not just now, it's going to get worse and worse over the next 10, 15 years, until potentially supply picks up, new technologies are brought in, science and evolution bring better usage, better efficiencies. But we're looking at a situation where supply is far less than the demand for the next 15 years.
Okay, so let's talk about the local communities where these minerals are found. What role should they play towards this development? How do they begin to, should I say, harness their power, what they need to know? Because oftentimes they are used to people coming in, throwing in a bit of money and then promises. But, like you said, there's a reawakening now, but this on a rural level. They're not like, they're not like me or you and I. So what roles will the communities play towards this development, the local communities?
Well, that's a really good question. And I think the local communities, they often are the ones that pay the biggest price, right, when things are done wrongly. And I've met a lot of, you could say, local leaders from these local communities. And I've felt nothing but embracing, right, what I've said, because I think by now, in the world today, we're also interconnected, right? I think there's no difference between the villager out in the mine that has very little, right? He still has a cell phone, and he has an acute awareness of himself, and he wants the same rights, the same opportunities that anybody else, not just in Africa, in the whole world has. And this is a key part of what I've been developing and working on for the last 4 or 5 years, which is democratization, transparency, and empowerment, to be able to create a market where everyone can connect together on a very open and transparent level is key. So I would say, first of all, the people in the local communities are acutely aware. So they're not as naive as we would think. Okay. And when you start thinking about logic, it becomes so logical, as we said in the very beginning, your first question, which is, it's the confidence, it's just giving the confidence to understand that you're right. You're right. It is how it should be. In fact, you should be developing more value in your community by not just letting the earth be shipped out, but in fact by saying, hey, we've got the value here, but if you want it, you need to add some more value to what we do here. You need to make the investments that create the social impact, that leave a good legacy behind, that don't leave us with environmental waste, that don't leave us with angry people, right? The investments that create more value for the community and that leave positive things behind. So I'd say very much so the local communities, they already understand this. They just need to find more and more of the right partners. So I'd hope that we're paving the way, in fact, setting an example for other companies to follow. And I believe there are many more of those companies that will follow. Sometimes you just need a few pioneers that are going to break the ground and tell people what they really already know deep in their hearts.
Okay, so as we're wrapping up, my last question to you is, you've talked a lot about the communities and us and Africa, but I want to ask you, Peter, what is in it for you?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's balance, right? You can't have a durable, long-standing relationship without balance. And I can't expect to take or expect to be given or want the opposite without balance, right? So obviously, from a business perspective, I'm here to build a business. I have a family, right? And just like every local villager that wants and wants a fair deal, he wants balance and he wants to be able to take care of his family. So that's part of it. But what's in it for me is, I suppose as well, the satisfaction of building something strong, durable, being a part of that. That's a good feeling. It's a good feeling to be able to harness all this change and transformation and be at the forefront of it. So it's a mix of winning on an economic side, a mix of doing something that feels good, leaving something good behind, having people think good things about you because you've truly made change in their life. It's a winning formula, it's not just, it's a package, right? It's a balance. So it's a balance between, as we just talked, between any contractual relationship needs to have balance to survive for the long term. But my involvement here, it's balanced across other people winning and me winning too. Okay, fantastic. And I wish you all the best. Well, thank you so much, Funmi. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you. It's also been a pleasure. Thank you so much. That's been a very interesting conversation about the metal market with Peter. So join me again next week. My name is Funmi Unwajefe, and that's all we can take on one-on-one for today's episode.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Today, I am visiting Chinasa and Akanimo, two good friends of 8 years. Their friendship is the kind admired by people who know them. These two ladies share their friendship journey. They weren't so close even though they work together.
First of all, friendship is a blessing, especially if you're living in today's world. You can't just peddle everything that is happening in this world. You need someone else that probably sees the same, through the same lens, have the same values, and not just in front of people or in front of the camera as we are today, but behind closed doors. Someone that would not really push, but is patient enough to wait till you come around. Funny thing is that someone has asked me, especially concerning our friendship, I said, what if tomorrow, NASA turns like a sour grape? And my answer had been that I would forever be grateful for the times that we were friends, because they were excellent moments.
So friendship for me, to your question, is trust, respect, the ability to be yourself. And I like what Ike said, when I knew that we're doing this interview, I was thinking about it, you know what? In truth, nothing in life lasts forever. We do hope that this friendship continues for as long as God tarries, as they say. But I think that what I have also been able to categorically tell myself is that should this friendship go the other way for some whatever reason, I can't imagine what that reason is, we're no longer friends, I will be grateful for the opportunity of this kind of friendship. And I say this because in a world where people can't even trust the people around, not even family members, to find this kind of relationships, I'm just we're thankful to God that you can be honest and truth. You can get the truth from them. You can feel safe, like a safe space. That's what friendship is to me.
So there are a lot of things that we don't agree on. There are a lot of things we have different tastes in different things. But at the end of the day, the core remains the same. So knowing, just as she said, the core. Everything else we can take.
We haven't actually had a time where we've not been talking. And if it has happened, maybe it was just me thinking, I'm not talking to Ike and she's not aware. She's totally oblivious. And she probably called me. Sometimes I blocked her on WhatsApp, I'm not talking to Ike. And then people are like, don't worry, it's not both of you. But even that was as a joke because, again, it's the genuineness of the relationship. I can be a total, for lack of a better word, I can be a jerk sometimes, but I also know that she gets it. She's not going to label me and say, oh, Nasa is just this annoying person. She's Nasa is in one of her moods. And so I think with that appreciation, you're like, okay, yeah, I can always talk to this person. It doesn't matter. I don't feel a type of way.
It's a good thing that she's annoying, because sometimes she is annoying.
Oh, but she is too.
We did not like ourselves at first. So it's not
love at first sight.
Now, if there's anything that our friendship has, demonstrated is growth, gradual growth. When you see something is organic, this friendship is really organic, in the sense that it just grew from seeing that this person I like, and we kind of have the same principles, and the journey has been slow and steady. There's no forceful attempt to make, either of us friends. So it's not like sit down and tell me everything about your life, if not
So
this
that we
friend.
can become
So we can become friends. So we catch up on it. And as we go, we take it every day. And till today, I'm still learning some things about NASA. She has friends from different circles that probably know more stories than I do. You get, and the same thing, vice versa. But, there's that steady growth. When it comes to personal development, we've been on journeys together.
Absolutely.
We're always seeking it, okay? Starting from, just wanting to be better at public speaking. So we've gone on Toastmasters journey together. We've done our MBA together. We're going to start French sometime together. We're going to do a project management together. And these plans are, I don't know, so it's not like we sit down and think about it. But we just know that we want to be better women.
The foundation of this friendship is being our shared development goals, personal. We're talking and I want to do this. Like, public speaking started with, how did I even start? I think
we said we were going to be, preparing to the next level of
where
life.
we're going in life.
Where we're going to in life. And we need to be prepared so that it doesn't take us by surprise. Moving to mid-management and then senior management and, being career women. We're we need to be prepared for this. No, we can't start preparing in the battle.
Or some people. So we said, let's go and start Toastmasters. And we started that journey together. And then there was MBA. And then she had a mentor that she was gracious enough to share with me. And we have this one mentor that probably just thinks that these girls are crazy. But, so I'd say it's the shared goals that's also one of the glues of this friendship. We know that we're going in similar direction. So it's easier to sort of cultivate. So the people that are struggling with friendship, like I said, understand, first of all. So first, one thing AK said, what are you, first of all, understand, who are you yourself, right? And do that self-assessment, be true to yourself. That's the only place that you can, that's the first place to begin. And then with that, you can attract the kind of people that you want to attract based on your own true self.
I think there's a reason why the Bible says, love your neighbor as yourself. And she just buttressed that point. You have to understand who you are. Accept yourself. Then know that friendship is not about modification. Friendship is different from followership. If you want to be a leader or a boss of people, then go and gather people and pay. Maybe you have a company or followership. But once you come to real friendship, you must learn to coexist. Human beings are not perfect. You must give an allowance for that, and you must take time to build that bank of trust. You keep depositing into it, and you must build that. It takes time. Don't rush it. Don't force it.
Don't force it.
More importantly, be a happy person. Be
by yourself.
By yourself. Be what you can attract. Be sincere, be true, and it will come.
Damilola Owolabi is a life coach who believes that friendship can be great, but explains that humans need to be intentional about being the right kind of friend before seeking real friends.
Most of the people that I deal with have challenge with friends, understanding them in their critical time and state. So when they come to me, we deal with the issue from the angle of, okay, before we start bringing your friend in, your family, can we deal with you first? What have you done to merit that friend? In our own or in his or her own time or downtime, what have you done to help him or her? Now, the painful part is if they have been loyal, if they have been good, if they have been supportive, and when it now gets to their time, they got stabbed at the back, got condemned and all of that, it can be more painful, and it adds more to the trauma they are going through as at that time, and it helps them, it costs their healing to elongate.
Good friendship embodies empathy, compassion and concern for other people. It requires time and work, and could transcend race, culture and national boundaries. By valuing and celebrating friendship, we foster selflessness and gratitude, and these individuals share what friendship means to them.
It's a form of companionship, a union between two or more people, like do things together, play together, eat together.
Friendship is about sacrifice, it's about tolerance.
It's an affliction you have for one another.
Someone you can rely on, call upon,
be dependable, to like someone that can be there for you.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Be kind to everyone you meet.
Happy International Day of Friendship.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Happy International Friendship Day.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Be kind, be true, and be you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
The wrong choice will consume Nigeria, says former President Olusegun Obasanjo. And Darie reportedly may run for Senate after prison release. This is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anacom. Ahead of the 2023 general elections, former President Olusegun Obasanjo has urged Nigerians to make the right choice by electing credible leaders at all levels, warning that making the wrong choice in the election may consume the nation. Now, the ex-president said the country cannot afford to make the same mistake of choosing bad people at the helm of affairs, considering the myriads of challenges. Now, he bemoaned the current state of the nation, calling for more prayers as Africa's most populous nation goes to the poll in February of next year. Well, joining us to discuss this is Adenike Aloba. She is the program's director and managing editor at Data Fight. And of course, joining us is Segun Shobiton, a public affairs analyst. Thank you so much, lady and gentlemen, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. Segun, I'll start with you. Of course, you work with civil society, and this is a conversation about the civic space in Nigeria and how we can continue to have these conversations to get more people interested in what's happening ahead of the elections. But then I want to start by saying, by asking the simple question, with all of the movements that we're seeing, whether it be on social media, whether it be in small spaces, we even see people gathering in different parts of the country. Can we say that that can amount to how alert we are and how prepared we are for the elections next year?
Oh, absolutely. I think if there has ever been any time that the consciousness and the conscience of the country has been pricked and has been raised, this is the moment. I think, and I think that's primarily because of the path that has brought us here. Anybody that is a Nigerian will testify to how difficult things are, regardless of whatever segment of society you want to talk about or sector of the economy that you want to talk about. So if it's security, I don't know if it would be correct to say it's never been this bad, but it's terrible right now. The terrorists are practically back in the federal capital. The last time this happened was 2013, almost 10 years ago. If you're talking about the economy, it's never been this bad. The Naira exchange was as low as 730 Naira to the dollar just a week ago. If you want to talk about the fuel and, energy sector, the grid collapses with ease very regularly these days. Diesel is almost got to 1,000 Naira per liter very recently, so everything is bad, and Nigerians are suffering, Nigerians are running. And I think that thanks to INEC, and we must say this, Nigerians now know, given the experience with the last 2 elections, that their votes will count and that rigging has become more difficult. And so when you combine that with all of the things that have been happening, the consciousness has just increased, and Nigerians have never been this eager for an election and for speaking their voice and lending their voice to in the public space. So I think these are going to be very, very interesting times because Nigerians are on high alert.
Let me talk with Adenike. Adenike, you obviously work with the data gathering company or group. It's a research group. Now, many people had complained during the continuous voter registration that there was not enough time for them to get their PVCs, hence they pushed for an extension. And then, of course, I did speak with the INEC, one of the commissioners on voter education, and he did also say that INEC noticed that once they had that extension, there was a lax. People did not necessarily feel the need to rush anymore. And then just at the close of, that exercise, we also saw another rush. So again, it makes me really question how serious we are about 2023.
Thank you very much for that question. And the reality is that although there appears to be increased interest in getting voter registration, the 3 off-cycle elections that have happened, Anambra, Osun, and Ekiti, have told us that there is no correlation between increased PVC collection and voter participation. In Osun, in Osun's elections, this year's voter turnout is the lowest in all elections that they have held since Nigeria returned to democracy. Same thing for Anambra, same thing for Ekiti. So it's important to begin to ask the questions, will this interest that we're seeing in PVC collection translate to voter turnout? Because if it doesn't translate to voter turnout, we are right back to square one. Nothing has happened except that people now have identity cards. So it's something to interrogate why there is an increase in PVC collection and that has not yet turned out higher voter turnout.
It's incredible because I remember also that there was a group that was advocating that INEC desist from throwing away certain PVCs, which, that's also something we need to probe. But I always like to use the Lagos State local government elections as a litmus test, or as a point of reference, rather. We saw Lagosians complaining. We hear people complain every day. People call and say, oh, the roads are bad. Government is not doing anything. The drainages are blocked. People are building over this and that. But when it came down to voting for people who actually are the closest government to us, nobody showed up. Literally, nobody showed up. So again, it goes back to the point that we're making. So what do we have to do? This is a conversation that is probing and asking for solutions. What must we do to get the civic space to participate actively and not just grumble or complain?
All right. That's addressed to me, just so I don't interrupt.
Yes.
Okay, so here's the thing. I think that the civic space, specifically here talking about media, talking about civil society organization, there's a lot of energy and a lot of campaigning around getting this. I think that now we see that it's not sufficient, it's not enough just to encourage, and we need to bridge that gap. Now, I broke civic actors into 2 because there are those of us who are actively involved, who are in the face of it. We know all the data, we know all the number. And then there are the people, the citizens, who are supposed to be consuming this data that we produce, participating in these campaigns that we're starting. And I think that if we can rethink our strategies in terms of engagement with people, in terms of engagement with citizens, in terms of how we present these conversations, in terms of how we help them to understand what is critical, perhaps we can still turn the tide. Because clearly there is some disconnect between all of the campaigning and all of the advocacy that is happening right now and actual actions. We need to find what that missing ingredient is. There have been conversations that this is important voter education, literally telling people this is why you must vote, this is how to do the vote, this is where to do the vote, these are the security issues that may happen, and this is how to protect yourself. These are all theories that I think is worth pursuing for civic space actors if we're actually going to see this fervor, especially on social media. We're going to see this energy translate into something tangible in 2023.
Incredible. Back to you, Segun. Again, talking about choices, the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, who's one that's very, very outspoken. No matter what we say, no matter what we do, he will keep speaking. If it's not writing an open letter, he's putting out one thing or the other. But this is an interesting point he's making. He's saying that if we make the wrong choice, the country might be consumed. I don't know how much of the news you followed today, but Sierra Leoneans have been protesting the high cost of living, how bad the economy is. And as we speak, one person has been shot dead. It became volatile. I'm sure it reminds you of something that you must have experienced in 2020. But he's saying that if we make the wrong choice, so again, the case of a right choice here is subjective to whoever is listening or whoever is watching. Now, how have political parties, what role have political parties played in making sure that the people they want to vote for them are properly educated? It's not just enough to hold a PVC, just like Adenike has said, but what you can do with that PVC and how it can impact your life after the elections.
Well, so first of all, to speak to what the former president said, I am firmly in that corner, in that box with him. I believe that we are facing an existential threat as a country, and that these elections could very well be a marker and a deciding point in our future and our destiny. And the reasons are not far-fetched. It's all around you, So, for example, whether we like it or not, whether we want to admit it or not, Nigeria is pretty much bankrupt. We make less money than our loan obligations are right now. Revenue to debt, as a fraction of debt service obligations. So that's bad. That's almost as bad as it can get. And if you continue down that trajectory, then it will get to a point when the currency is going to be completely useless. It will get to a point when you won't have food on the shelves. People might think these things are far-fetched, but they happen pretty quickly when they happen.
Is it really
and we have the evidence of
really
history all around us.
I mean, how much do we buy bread today? I mean, that's the most staplest of foods, if there's a word like that.
Exactly. I mean, the price of bread has doubled in the last 6 months. Doubled, in 6 months. I mean, that's how terrible. That's 100% in 6 months. So if you want to calculate that just, off the cuff, that's 200% inflation year on year. It's terrible. So I sit in that corner and I agree with the former president. But to address your question about the role of the political parties and what they're doing with regards to trying to educate their publics, if you like, about the importance of the vote and all that. It's unfortunate, that to be honest, we do not have political parties in Nigeria. That's just the unfortunate truth. We have contraptions that people have put together to help them gain access to the Commonwealth, and that's it. Whether you talk about the PDP or the APC or any of the others, including the likes of the Labour Party, the history is right there in front of us to tell us, the antecedents of all of these guys. So, political parties ordinarily are almost in themselves like civil society organizations if they're operating properly. So they would have a voter education wing. They would have a public engagement department, media campaign department, and all of those things. These political parties have nothing like that. They wait for the coming elections, and then they start their propaganda war. And that's all it is about. When it's time to influence the voters, instead of influencing their minds, they buy their votes. And that's the extent. So you're going to see some campaigns, you're going to see some things on TV, on radio that will look as if it's voter education, encouraging people to come out and vote. But it's all about this election. It's not about improving the civic space. It's not about expanding participation. It's just about how they will gain access to the Commonwealth from 2023. So it's unfortunate, which then leaves, that job, that onerous job, in the hands of civil society and the media, because government, aside from the political parties, government is the one other stakeholder that should be doing a whole lot in this regard. Where is the National Orientation Agency? Where are the messages from the National Orientation Agency today speaking about the importance of the vote and how your votes count?
We'll probably have to do a whole show on that question about where the NOA is. I mean, a whole show.
I mean, it's really terrible. So there's a huge gaping space, a huge gaping hole and a vacuum out there with regards to encouraging people to come out and participate in the process, just like Adenike said, so that you can have a conversion of, for goodness sake, we have almost 100 million PVCs collected. So if you had a 50% turnout, then you'll be talking of 50 million Nigerians deciding who the next president will be. And just by the dint of statistics alone, you would get a better decision, But, the last election, the turnout was about 28%. Was it 28 or 33? She's the data person, so she will tell us. It was terrible, So there's a lot to be done. And sadly, the political parties are not doing much, if anything at all about it.
Let me toss back to you, Adenike. We have political parties, again, talking about choice here. Half the time, the political parties throw up people that, might not necessarily fit the bill for the rest of us. But again, that can also be somewhat said that, we don't join political parties because we think politics is a dirty game. So whoever they present to us is who we have to pick with, so we have a choice between a rock and a hard place. And half the time we choose the lesser evil. So again, back to making choices. How can we, as journalists, as civil society, encourage more political participation, not just at the polls, before, after, and even during the elections?
Thank you very much for that question. And in fact, I was hoping that I would get the opportunity to turn the conversation towards this direction. While it is obvious to anyone with eyes, with ears, who lives in Nigeria that 2023 is literally make it or break it, I feel like we need to couch the language of our campaign, begin to look beyond 2023. I feel like we may need, without lessening the reality of what's going on in Nigeria, we may need to begin to design campaigns that helps people look at the long game. Because the reality is, given 100% across all political parties, great candidates, our choice in 2023 is not likely to turn things around 300. 90 degrees is a high estimation. So that is why our campaign needs to carry a more long-term focused message to say that, guys, get your PVC, but get involved. Get your PVC, but join a political party. Get a PVC or start a political party if you can afford it. And we need to design campaigns that is not just looking like at the activities of 2023 elections, but beginning to query election laws and how it is upheld. There's one reality that makes it challenging for people to join political parties, to start political parties, to be actively political. And that's the money factor, the finance. Who is looking at the financing of political parties, and how can we begin to mount campaigns to ensure that beyond 2023, we can actually have a system that checkmates these practices, that creates guardrails, that allows for increased access and increased participation. Because I feel, and this is a personal opinion now, I feel that if we don't turn down the fervor of, 2023 might be doomsday, we may be, that action, that, language may be counterproductive, driving fear much more than it'll drive participation. And so we need to start playing the long game from now. It's 2023, yes, but it's also 2027. And between 2023 and 2027, there's 4 years to actively plan how to ensure that there's more participation, how to look at participation at the local government level. I mean, look at the example of Lagos State. You would have thought that people would rush out and say, we will show you that we're going to actually take a decision. There's clearly a gap, and I think that, and this is off the cuff for me, because that's a question that has been raised and we have consistently asked in circles. What do we do? How do we turn, this energy, this fervor into something that translates into actual civic participation, not just voting? Because civic participation is a value chain, and voting is almost at the very end of the value chain. There are several other steps that are critical: civic participation to political participation. And I think that we may need to start turning the language of our campaign to 2023, yes, but there's a long game. There's a long game that we all must play.
Shopito, do you think the middle class has failed when it comes to active participation in whether it's the voting process, whether it's the conversation and the politicking? Let's leave social media. We see a lot more young people, going at each other's throats on social media. But let's come down to the real thing. The guys who work in these, nice companies, the guys who understand how politics works, but would rather, take the backseat. Has the middle class failed? And is that why we're having to grapple with what we're grappling? I'm asking this because on election day, you obviously hardly see people like you and I at the polls. We see more of the guys who are, at the lowest, echelon. You also see more guys at the grassroots coming out for the elections. In fact, those are the guys who know their wards, their polling units, who is this person or who's running for that. But we, who are supposedly the middle class, half the time don't know this. Why do you think that is?
It's really, I think for me, it's simple. There are two things. One is that the middle class is a re-emerging demographic. It's a demographic sector segment that sort of died off for a while and has only re-emerged in the last 10, maybe 15 years, and is still grappling with the basic issues of life, surprisingly, So you might think that maybe it's only the people at the very bottom of the rung of the ladder who are fighting existential issues on a day-to-day basis. But I tell you that our middle class guys, generally speaking, I mean, just think about it. Think about the conversations that people around you have. Let's assume that the three of us in this conversation, in this call right now, in this discussion right now, are part of the middle class. If you really think about it, you find that discussions about rent, discussions about school fees, discussions about possible, how do I finance, maybe a vacation or whatever. There is a continued conversation around the insufficiency of their estate at the moment. And I think that's a fundamental issue. So people simply do not have time, at least to them in their mind, to devote to things that will not yield immediate results. So, for example, participation in civil society, and I would like to, it would be interesting to compare notes with Adenike on her experience, because I am also a part of civil society. I sit as chairman of the board of a civil society organization, and I know the kind of battle it is to get my members to become actively engaged in our processes. It's just tough. So what you have is maybe a 10% of your total membership being the ones driving everything. I don't know whether it's a Pareto principle issue. I don't know whether it's the 80-20 rule or something, but it's there, and that's one. The second thing is that I think that because of that first factor, the quest for the next level, self-actualization and what have you, a lot of our middle class people are compromised. It might sound funny, like they have interests in the game. So from very early on, they make up their mind where their next will be best, where their nest will be best feathered, and then they just sit there, regardless of the impact on larger society, regardless of the impact on the long-term picture as to where our country will be as a result of the decisions and the choices they're making. So we're failing woefully in being the voice of logic, the voice of reason. I keep saying amongst my friends and amongst my circle of my friends, what happened to evidence-based analysis of issues? What happened to arriving at decisions and positions based on logical reasoning? It's very difficult to find people doing this, even though they're supposed to have the capacity. Majority of people that we're talking about are either MBAs or they have several doctorate degrees. Some are professors. Or you find that somehow the interest that we have, in keeping our jobs or in ensuring that the contract that we're running with one government or the other continues to stay, prevents us from playing the role of leading the conversation in the country. And so for me, to answer your question, has the middle class failed? Absolutely. Can they do better? Absolutely. At the end of the day, unfortunately, the large chunk of the work of leading conversation, of leading the national discourse and all of that will rest with the 10% or maybe the 20% who have just decided that no matter what happens, we're going to do what we can.
Finally, Adenike, let me just push this question because of some things that Segun has said. Why do people prefer to leave? We see a lot of people leaving Nigeria right now. They prefer to leave rather than, seek ways to. In fact, they tell you that there's nothing they can do. They'd rather leave. But I'm wondering, why do you think? What is at the core of that? Well, we all know we're all suffering. It's not like the suffering, parks at some junction and doesn't go to the others. Why do you think, just as you said, less and less people are interested in civil society or civic duties or whatever, but then would rather put monies together and, to use the street lingo, japa, as opposed to trying to see what we can do to better the lot of Nigeria?
So, there are several things, but he said something that is critical, self-actualization. That's a force that is driving a lot of people. And increasingly, it looks like that may not happen in country. And people are beginning to think, you know what, perhaps we look for this outside. This is not the first time we've had this kind of mass exodus. In fact, periodically in Nigeria, we have this mass exodus where people kind of just leave. And I feel like in Nigeria's democracy in the 20 plus years since the Fourth Republic, there's been a lot of high tempo, low tempo. Oh, it's going to get better. It's not likely to get better. And I think that people are exhausted right now. So I will not be, for lack of a better description, sanctimonious and say, oh yeah, they just don't want to build their country. I think people are exhausted. I think people are working hard. Tomorrow is International Youth Day, and the youth are weary. Been trying and knocking at these doors often back to back, and nothing is happening. However, I think that it is still critical. While we can't force anyone to stay, while we can say, none of us can even promise survival. It's as bad as, the nation's capital is literally besieged, and people are afraid to move at night, and people are calculating their movement. So it's not like we can assure people, oh, don't worry, things are going to get better tomorrow. But I do think we can appeal to people's sense of nation, to people's sense of belonging, to say that we can build this nation. It's not going to happen quickly. It's not going to happen in 3 months or 8 months or 7 months, but we can build this nation. I also think that we might be in the place where we now need to have the conversation of, can Nigerians in diaspora vote? Even if you are jackpotting to wherever, you can still be involved and you can still be engaged. Can we begin to interrogate processes that can ensure that even when people do leave to seek daily bread, to describe it that way, they can still participate? But the truth is, people are weary. People are tired. It's bad news upon bad news. And, the fundamental things that people need to survive have literally been taken away from our hands. Food, shelter, and family. People can guarantee that their family members will be safe, and that's just a big challenge. So I think that's really at the core of what's driving people out. But we can find ways to encourage people to still participate, which will force us to answer the question of how do we make sure that Nigerians in diaspora are still engaged in the political sector, are still engaged in the civic space, so they can, do what is right.
Well, no better way to end that conversation. I want to say thank you, Segun. Thank you very much. Adenike is the director and managing editor for DataFiles, and Segun Soputo is a public affairs analyst. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. These conversations have to be had.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all for staying with us. So we'll take a quick break now. When we get back, we will be discussing Darie's release and his supposed plans to run for a senatorial position. Stay with us.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
Barring any last-minute change, a former governor of Plateau State, Senator Joshua Darie, may run for senatorial seat on the platform of the Labour Party. Darie, former Taraba governor and Governor Jolly Nyame and 3 others were on Monday released from prison 3 months after their pardon by the Council of State led by President Muhammadu Buhari on April 14, 2022. The Plateau State chapter of the party has reportedly concluded arrangements to receive the former governor from Abuja to pick the party's senatorial form. Well, joining us to discuss this scenario is Tunji Abdulhamid. He's a legal practitioner, and Kach Onunuju. He's a political scientist. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Tunji, it's just a few days ago that we talked about the release of this gentleman and some of the, pundits, political pundits and analysts saying or making certain speculations that there might have been a political undertone as to why now. Why did Mr. President choose now to release this man as opposed to any other time? He could have done this when he finally steps out of office. But now that we're hearing these speculations, what are your thoughts first, in the first place? This is a man that has had been charged for taking billions from the coffers of his state and, of course, funneling it through some other places. Should we be worried?
We should, any serious Nigerians should be worried. We should be worried. We should be. Because when we talk about we are fighting corruption, especially this APC government that came into power on the mantra of fight against corruption and doing this kind of a thing. You know what, you see, when it appears in Nigeria, not even appearing. In Nigeria, we have enforcement of law in Nigeria. is in categories. In other words, it depends on your level. If you are PVIP or VIP or just ordinary Nigeria, the way the law will be enforced against will be different from the way it will be enforced against any other person. There are so many people who have been in jail and who deserve to be given a pardon, but they are not considered at all. But you see, let's get it right. Yes, the president does he have the power to grant pardon to Dariye? Yes, he has the power. Is Dariye qualified to the pardon? As far as I'm concerned, the answer is no. Because if you are giving somebody pardon, if you are giving Dariye pardon, other people who are qualified, or people are more qualified than him, are also in prison and they are dead, and they even committed a little crime that not even affect people. In other words, the allegation against Dariye at that time was 2.something billion naira, and which was alleged to be government people's money between 2007 and 2009 or so. I can't remember the year it was governor. So now a government who says it's fighting corruption, now granting pardon after a series of this. If you remember, the case against Dariye started in court in 2007 by PDP government, and he was convicted in 2018. Now he has been granted a pardon. I imagine the kind of labor the prosecutor are put into it, the finance are put into prosecution, and all the threats, and they don't really pardon. So in other words, as far as I'm concerned, it appears the government, other than fighting corruption, is encouraging corruption. Because people will not believe that, look, once I have the money, once I have the clout, I can commit crime, I will go free. And that's what we're seeing today now. Because remember, it's not, I'm not saying Dariye contested election after him pardon is illegal. As it is today, he has never committed an offense. That's the pardon that has been given to him. He has never even been tried in court or convicted. And that's the end of the pardon. It's not the first time. Obasanjo, the former president of Nigeria, was also given pardon for him to contest for the 1999 election. So it will not be a surprise for me if Dariye, after being released from the prison, tried to contest for that election. Remember also, though he was not convicted, he was just in custody that time. He contested election and he won from custody. That is the current Secretary General of the APC, Mr. Mitori. He contested at that time while in custody and he won election. So it's not new to me in Nigeria, but these are bad. This kind of thing is bad for our system. In other words, rather than fight corruption, it appears we are encouraging the government is encouraging corruption, because you see, when you see people who are in top position, whenever they commit crime, the way and manner their prosecution will be done will be different from those who are not the masses. The way and manner they will be prosecuted. You see the speed in which a nobody will be taken to prison, and then the way he will be beaten and then will be dead with after being convicted. But the PIP and PPIPs, you see the way they will be treated, and then few hours or few months later, you will hear that they will be pardoned. You can see the former governor of Oak, that's Odun Sokalu. I can't remember the name of the state again now. He was also the same thing, though he was not pardoned, but his president was passed based on a technical error from the prosecution. So the way and manner we are doing things in Nigeria does not encourage anybody to say that we are fighting corruption. We are encouraging, and it starts for me and unfortunate for just at state today.
I'm wondering to myself, because you said that this is how things are being done in the country. And for a government that promised that they were going to change things, this is what we're seeing happen. But then can we only just point fingers at the political class for what's happening? Again, because I've had conversations where people have said, well, we have the Shiite leader and his wife still in custody. Couldn't the president have pardoned them? We have other people who are still in custody, who did not steal, by the way, steal monies from the coffers of Nigerians, who did not take food out of the mouth of Nigerians, who did not in any way hurt Nigerians, but they're still in custody. Yet people who stole from our Commonwealth are being pardoned. But then, we the people, what have we done, aside from grumble? If it looks like we really never do anything, why can't the cycle continue, even after this government?
We are also even a part of the problem, because you see, this Chief Dariye, the former governor that just came out from the prison now, I tell you, you won't be surprised. He will contest under a party and he will win election. And that is to show that the people decide the kind of leader they choose. So in other words, we are also encouraging this situation. Don't vote again in Nigeria. The morality is no longer there. We don't vote based on competence or capacity. We don't vote on whether or not this man has been tested and has been found to be, whether or not he has been pardoned. The point is that he was tried for what's it called, for being corrupt, and he was found guilty. So that is there. You can't erase that one, even though you can say he has been pardoned. It's there. It shows that clearly that he was found guilty of being a corrupt person. So as far as I'm concerned, even if it's pardoned, that will not erase that fact. And I will not be surprised again if you contest election and win the election, because that's the nature of what we have in Nigeria. It's not about who can do the job, who is clean, who is this and that. Who is that person that has the money, who can give us what we need, in other words, immediate need. 1 naira, 2 naira, 1,000 naira. That's what people need now. So, because the economy, people believe that, look, what I get now is my own. So let me just join them, collect what I want to collect, vote for them, and then go and relax and wait for another 4 years. That's what we hear. So I pity us in Nigeria, because the masses who are not even helping the matter. We are not at all. In as much as those in government are guilty, the masses are also more guilty in that aspect. We are also not.
What must we do? What must we do? Because it's okay. It's all fair and well if we say, oh, the masses are not helping. But what must we do for these so-called leaders to take us seriously? Because again, I would only take you for a ride if I know that you only can huff and puff and do nothing. So again, what must the average Nigerian do? What must we as citizens of the Federal Republic do that can make sure that our leaders are accountable, and not just accountable, but know that there is no loophole, no way for them to wiggle back into office if they have been known and tried, even convicted, as treasury looters?
You have given the answer. What we need to do is to ensure that people who have been said to be corrupt, or those who have been given opportunity and have been found wanting one way or the other, not be given any opportunity again to do anything. That's not the case in Nigeria. So if, as long as we continue to give them opportunity, they continue to rob us up.
But Tunji, I'm sorry to talk over you, Tunji. You're making it sound like we gave them the opportunity. I just had a conversation with a group of people from civil society. And again, it's the political party. In fact, I'm going to ask, why Labour Party in the first instance? Why not the APC? He belonged to a party before he was convicted. But again, it's not the Nigerians per se. I know that the people who are in political parties are Nigerians, but you make it sound like we're the ones who say, yes, come and run for this office. It's the political parties that give them a nod, isn't it?
No, the political party in Nigeria, what we have in Nigeria are parties without ideology. What they want to do is just to win election. You can see, in fact, it's not, if Labour Party is even allow Sharia to be part of to run under their platform, it means that the Labour Party is not what it is. Because we have been told that the presidential candidate of Labour Party and those in Labour Party are different from those other people who have been seen before. And as far as I'm concerned, although I'm aware that Darie, Chief Darie, came into got into the National Assembly as a senator under Labour Party. He won election under Labour Party in 2011 and he completed his tenure in 2019. Despite the fact that he was engaged in 2019. He completed. So probably that's why he's going back to Labour Party. He was in Labour Party before going to prison. So probably that's the reason. But notwithstanding, now that we have been told that Labour Party is now being run by people with integrity, people with honesty, people who can deliver for us. And if they are allowing him, you show the kind of party they have too. They are also interested in winning election, not about who can do the good people. So it shows that even if the president kind of Labour Party becomes a president, the kind of people we are complaining of before, we see the set of people that will run our affair. So what has changed? Nothing. So as far as I'm concerned, the people also should also say, look, no to these people. If you don't say no to them, there's no way they will not win. So if you bring a candidate from that is integrity that is not clean, people should come out and say no. We don't want our people, especially Labour Party people that have been seen as people with integrity. I expect them to come out now and say no. You cannot give this man ticket because he will rub off on our party. I expect them to do that because if they don't do that, I will not see them as a serious party. And the people party with integrity.
We're being joined by Catch Onunuju. Let's see if we can hear him. Now, Catch, if you can hear us, what grounds should if this be a reality for the Labour Party, what grounds would this man be running for office? I mean, again, I just said he's been tried, he's been jailed as a treasury looter. I'm imagining to myself what he'll be telling the people he's canvassing votes from that he wants to do for them.
Oh, thank you very much. You have to look at the issue is him being granted pardon. If being granted pardon also means that the issues of his conviction should be looked away, then the law should be allowed to take its place. If he, however, is barred by law, then I think the law probably will be also implemented. We've not seen quite a lot of things about the elections coming from the new Electoral Act. So I believe what it is, we have to look into the Electoral Act and see if there are any issues that undermines the positions of someone who's been given clemency, and in this case, executive pardon by the president. So I think that's where we should look at it from. Apart from that, I believe that the law should be allowed to take its natural course. If it's been pardoned, it's been pardoned. He's a citizen, then he qualifies. If the law is against it, according to the Electoral Act, you then execute the law. If the law is not against it, there is nothing anybody can do about it.
Dr. Katch, you're telling me that the political parties have no problem whatsoever. And just as he said, he said that if any political party were to even open its doors to him, it would, one way or the other, in his words, tarnish the image of that political party. I mean, it's one thing for him to get the ticket. It's another for him to tell you and I, or convince you and I, that he wants to run and we should vote for him. So that's a different case. But you're saying that if the president has pardoned this man, we should forget that billions of our monies were taken by this man and still unaccounted for.
Well, wherever it is, you need to understand that we're a society governed by the rule of law. The law has to be applied. If there are any issues in regards to clemency, he does not qualify due to the clemency, then he could be stopped. But if not, I don't see anything. There are those who are not convicted, but they have done worse things against the state of Nigeria. There are politicians today who are running for election who are actively promoting terrorism, which is known to me and you. And so I don't really think you should see him in that very bad light. Those who are busy undermining national security stand in the worse state than he does. So I don't really see a problem with that, and want to look at every issue on their own merit. If Darie and Mr. Nyame are barred from contesting due to the positions of the Electoral Act, then the law should be implemented and executed. If they are not touched by that, and the clemency means all your sins are washed away, as Mr. Oshomole will say, then it should be applied to him being a citizen.
Finally, let's look at the trajectory of Nigerians and, of course, how we're getting ready for 2023. Do you see Nigerians standing their grounds against whatever it is? And it's not just a Joshua Darie situation, because you made mention of people who might be running for offices in this next election who are sponsors, supposed sponsors of terrorism, people who are also treasury looters, people who have done worse things. Now, I did, put out a tweet today about, not just listening to what a person says, but looking at their antecedents. Do you think that we as Nigerians are taking into consideration all of these things, or are we going to be again taken by, the sweet tongue or the sweet mouths of politicians?
Well, I will say something is afoot in our country. There seems to be a sociological spring. The young people are moving forward to take charge because they are very disappointed in the way some old people have fraudulently engaged the system. I think Nigerians will be very assertive going forward. It's no more the Nigeria of the past, no. The girl is now up to 20 years. She is now a monster, not a little daddy's girl. Nigerians will not be told what to do anymore. As you can already see on the social media, They're very upfront. They're taking charge of the ballot revolution. I don't think anybody or any set of old people will be able to deter the young in terms of where they're going to. I see strong social changes. I say historical ballot revolution. I don't see anybody able to stop the young people in regards of where they are doing. There's enough awareness for us to take the necessary actions.
Tunji, finally, do you agree with Kachi Onunuju on the fact that there's a revolution coming, or is this revolution just noise and probably just fire that may burn out soon, being that, you know, we've seen these kinds of revolutions die down before elections and then we see the same thing happen again. How certain are you that this fire would hold till 2023?
Yeah, I think I didn't hear your question very well. I believe you are talking about the issue of whether we should align, whether it should continue this way or not.
Yes.
Legally speaking, the DA is qualified to contest election. Legally speaking, anybody in his head are qualified to contest election. And what we are saying is that will not speak well of us, particularly this government of APC, the current government of President Mehmet Buhari, who's talking about fighting against corruption. Even such people, what's it called? Pardon. And the next thing you hear is that he wants to contest election again. I think we need to change our law to show that, look, once you are convicted, even if you are giving pardon, you must serve 10 years or so years for people to see you that you are now a different person before you can even say, I want to hold public office. In a situation whereby you are pardoned today, and the next day you can become president of the country.
Prove, I'm sorry to talk over you. How do you prove that you're a changed person if you're not serving?
No, people will see it from your attitude. People will see it from you.
I could pretend.
After 10 years or so, they will see your
I could pretend.
How you are doing. They will see and they will know you. Although, unfortunately, in Nigeria, people, even electorate, they don't vote based on your character. They don't vote based on your ability. They don't vote based on your capacity. They vote based on what you have. Do you have the finance? Do you have the money? They'll be able to get something from you. That is the basis upon which are you a Muslim or a Christian? Are you a Fulani or Yoruba or Hausa? That is the basis upon which we vote in this country. And I don't see that one change in 2023. We are still running the issue of religious sentiment, what we call ethnic sentiment, and all other sentiment, and political sentiment. Okay. Without even looking at whether or not you have the capacity or don't have capacity. I think, I repeat again, I think there's need for us to change our law so that, look, even if once you are convicted, even if you are given pardon, you must serve certain years before you can hold public topic. So that people will now see that you are now a change. Because, like I said, whether you agree or not, Chief Daniel is confirmed to be a corrupt person, even though he has been given pardon. Okay. So that pardon will not erase that fact that he was convicted to say that he was convicted of a 2.2 billion what's it called, corrupt allegation.
Okay, because we do not have time, we have to wrap things up. Dr. Kachi, do you want to quickly put a word in before we go?
Yes, I will want to say that at the end of the day, it is the local people in the local areas that will have the final say in regards to who should be voted for or who should not be voted for. As I said earlier, the gentleman has not committed half the offense of a lot of those we know are conniving with Bororo terrorists to slaughter Nigerians in an ethnic fashion to actually gain their ancestral lands. So I don't see those issues as serious as the ones that I accuse those who are currently involved in treasonous offenses against the state. I'm really not worried. I think Mr. Darie is welcome to test the laws. If he has gone against the law, if the clemency by the president does not cover wiping away his own sins, then the law should be implemented and he should be barred. If not that, he has not done half the sins of those that we know who are running for elections today.
We have to go. Thank you so much. Tunji Abdulhamid is a legal practitioner. Kachi Onunuju is a political scientist. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, before I go, I just want to give you a quick word. This is a take. I did say earlier on in the show, anybody can write a statement. Anybody can put together a manifesto. Sometimes these politicians can't even read the manifesto. They don't even know what it means. They don't know how heavy those words are. They just read it because it makes them look good. Why? Because they pay people to help them write these manifestos so that they can convince you. So don't just take them at their word, because sometimes what is their word worth? It's time for us to start digging, start finding out who these people really are. Look at the antecedents. Find out what they've done while they were serving in their own little way. Are they fit to get your vote? Then, if the answer is yes, give them your vote. If the answer is no, please do not. Because the truth is, we're all going to live with the consequences. So if you don't have your PVC, I'm sorry, you have no right to complain. I'm Mary Anacon. Thank you for watching.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
My ID starting salary is 150, and I believe in every company, if they should be paying individual or average Nigerian people to be collecting that such amount of salary, I think it will be beneficial for the citizen.
I would say a typical Nigerian working on a day-to-day job, I would say my salary will be nothing less than 70 to 80,000 naira. Because of my skills, I would say I'm a professional cleaner, though I own a cleaning company, but because of my skills and everything, I would say my salary will be like, if I'm working for someone, it would be like 70 to 80,000.
Presently, our ideal salary is 100,000. My best work experience is a sales consultant, and I love the work presently, and the work is making me to have boldness to talk to people. Like, I've gone to several places that I've never been before. I've talked to people that's not even up to my caliber, and I've mingled a lot with kind of big men.
At least with the recent condition of this our country, if the minimum wage should be between a region of 60,000, at least for a start now, compared to the inflation we are facing now, the cost of living, accommodation, and other charges. So at least for a start, 60,000 is not bad.
To me, probably if I say like 180,000 naira is manageable, that's as the way the country is right now. It's better than just sitting at home or for me to be frustrated and misbehaving. So instead of that, so let me just doing it. At least I can see at the end of the day, I won't be able to save anything down. I'll be able to use it to eat. That's all.
If you pay me 1 billion naira, I will not mind. If you pay 1 million a week, I will not mind. But the point remains, we are running an economy that ought to have grown. I don't belong to the class that say a growing economy. We ought to have grown. We are an overfed baby as far as Nigerian economy is concerned. Howbeit, given the society we are in today, some of the boys, I call them boys, at the National and even the State Assembly, and close to 2-3 million naira a month. So for some of us who've paid our dues, especially in the media, if Going by the standard of living in this country today, 1 million naira will not be a bad idea.
My ideal working salary has been from 200 to 400 to get, and that's what I prefer to always get from any company, because I'm always a strategist. I render solutions to companies on how the company can move ahead as well there.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good evening, I'm Tolu Ojomi, and this is the news update. Governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, has denied suing the presidential candidate of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar, over the outcome of the presidential primary. Wike, who spoke at the inauguration of the House of Assembly quarters in Port Harcourt, the state capital, noted that he was busy delivering the dividends of democracy. In a broadcast on Friday, Wike noted that if he had a reason to go to court, he would have done so. During the PDP presidential primary, when aspirants were asked to address delegates, Tambuwal had asked them to vote for him, only to return moments later to ask them to vote for Atiku. Meanwhile, the last may not have been heard about the just concluded Labour Party substitution primary election in Lagos, as one of the aspirants, Moshood Salvador, has rejected the outcome of the exercise, calling for a cancellation. Plus TV News correspondent Lavi Kukwe-Dokun reports that the aggrieved contestant may be heading to court.
The exercise started at about past 5 p.m. with delegates' accreditation. A formal address was given by the Deputy National Chairman of Labour Party, Bashir Apapa, assuring everyone of a level playing ground. This was followed by a formal manifesto presentation by the two aspirants, Moshood Salvador and Gbadebo Rose Vivo.
In this state, they keep talking. I could hear the people running the affairs of this state for over 20-something years talking of increment in IGR. The IGR, when has it been 45 billion per month? If I get there, I can assure you, with my industrial revolution program, that will be extended to all the part of this state.
You know, when a young man is contesting, he knows that he's coming to serve. You are sending me to do work, I am going to serve. And that's why I am here. And I believe that when we have a servant leader in Lagos, Lagos will rise to its true potential of being the #1 tourist destination in Africa.
Then the voting commenced. Each of the aspirants had 100 delegates. But the fate of who finally becomes a party flag bearer hangs in the balance as 17 members of the party executive also cast their votes. Voting done, counting begins.
Gbadebo. Gbadebo. Gbadebo.
A former senatorial candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Gbadebo Rosevivo, finally grabs the ticket. Rosevivo polled 111 votes to beat Honorable Moshood Adegoke Salvador, who scored 102 votes, in an exercise that featured 216 delegates. Reacting to his victory, Rosevivo expressed joy over the outcome, which he described as the freest and fairest exercise. In his reaction, Salvador rejected the result, alleging overvoting by members of the state executive. He warned the Electoral Committee not to spoil the name of the party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi. Salvador had on Monday called for the cancellation of the primary, saying he had lost confidence in the Electoral Committee. The primary for the replacement of candidate was witnessed by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. From Lagos, Lav Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, may be on a collision course with the Nigerian Governors Forum for insisting on the deduction of $418 million Paris Club Fund refund from the Federation account. Speaking to the State House correspondents in Abuja yesterday, Malami stressed that the state governors had no right whatsoever to complain about the deduction, which he said was meant for the consultants purportedly hired by the state governors and local governments. A top official of the NJF, who spoke on condition of anonymity, hit back, saying the AJF appeared to be working for the consultants instead of representing Nigerians in the matter. The consultants had demanded the amount as payment for services rendered to the states and local government councils, but the governors requested a forensic audit of their claims. In March, the attorneys general of the 36 states appealed a judgment that dismissed a suit seeking to restrain the federal government from effecting the planned deduction of $418 million from the state's funds. Femi Falana has condemned what he described as brutal torture being inflicted on Inibehe Effiong, a lawyer. Mr. Effiong last month was sentenced to 1 month imprisonment for contempt of court by the Chief Judge of Akwa Ibom State, Justice Ekaite Albert. In a statement on Thursday, Mr. Falana said Mr. Effiong's fundamental human rights had been truncated. He then vowed to prosecute the officials who inflicted torture on Mr. Effiong. The Lagos State government, through the Lagos Ministry of Transportation, has placed an indefinite ban on the operations of its enforcement team tagged MLT Task Force. The action by the state government might not be unconnected to the series of criticisms that has trailed the mode of operations of this special committee. Making the announcement, the special advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Transportation, Mr. Sholagiwa, stated that the decision was reached after a thorough appraisal and review of the enforcement teams operating under the Ministry of Transportation. Giwa explained that the ban was part of measures initiated to streamline transport enforcement activities in Lagos State, and that's to achieve the required effectiveness, and it's in line with global best practices. They are warning that the ban is not an excuse for drivers to disobey the traffic laws of the state. The special advisor averred that traffic management and transportation is a cardinal pillar in the themes agenda of the administration of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu still stressing that the readjustment of the enforcement strategy was to enhance service delivery to the people of the state.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We'll now move outside Africa. South Africa's Justice Ministry has said that President Yoon Suk-yeol has granted a pardon for Samsung Electronics Vice Chairman J.Y. Lee so that he could help the country overcome a national economic crisis. The pardon is largely symbolic, with Lee already out on parole after 18 months in jail for bribery relating to his time leading the world's biggest smartphone and memory chip maker. However, analyst says that the pardon should mean Lee will be able to carry out business activities more freely and could hear out some big moves from Samsung. On business news, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and its allies, OPEC Plus, has said that it expects global oil markets to tip into surplus this quarter as it downgrades the outlook for demand, which would also be rivaled by non-OPEC supplies. This is coming despite warnings by the International Energy Agency, IEA, as OPEC Plus will most likely not carry out the 100,000 barrels per day production target increase in the coming months, and that's due to limited spare capacity. OPEC forecasts for the month in its newest monthly report states that it would cut forecasts for the amount of crude oil it will need to pump in the third quarter of 2022 by 1.24 million barrels a day, and that will come to 28.27 million a day. Entertainment news: Nigerian music star Femi Kuti has denied calling obedient, who are simply those campaigning for Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi, zombies. Kuti, who stated this, in his words, were taken out of context, as he claimed, adding that what he meant is too angry at his age to be quote-unquote obedient, and he does not like the term. He further stated that if Peter Obi wins and actually changes the country, better for all of Nigerians. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex. We're on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Tolu Ojomi. Thanks for watching. Good evening.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Lagos Island has imposing architectural structures dotted on each side of the road, filled with people who are not sure if they will be locked out from their homes next year due to rental fee hikes. The buildings on the other side of the road wear an empty, forlorn look. Beggars are always on the streets. A thin, middle-aged man in an oversized jacket comes towards my window. In impeccable English, he explains that he is not a beggar, but a medical doctor who worked in the hospital about 3 blocks from the right side of the street we were on. He has an accent that must be from Cross River State, unmistakably lyrical. He says his daughter is in terrible shape. She has a ruptured appendix and was admitted in the same hospital where he worked. I'm trying to raise money for my daughter, but we haven't been paid for about 6 months now. It was difficult to tell truth from falsehood in Lagos. Poverty taught most people the art of deceit as a means of livelihood. Today, I discover an even more ingenious way of begging, meant to jolt one's physical and spiritual sensibilities. At the junction just before the traffic lights, a man who looks like he was a few seconds away from being called to be with the Lord is being pushed around in a wheelchair by a dreary-looking assistant. After a few minutes, the assistant stops pushing the wheelchair and takes up his bullhorn to tell the story of how the man has an orange-sized tumor on his face. He makes a feverish pitch for funds that will be for treatment. God bless you as you give. God shall water your garden as you donate to this cause, he bellowed. Motorists avoid them as if they just escaped a leper colony. The two men are indifferent and remain resolute in their quest. My name is Eriye Onogoroa. I work in an energy company, so apart from being an author, that's what else I do. So to be honest, so I used to work in another company, and you get to that stage in your career where you feel like your life is stuck in a rut. Like you wake up every morning and you're like, okay, we have to do this again. Nothing is challenging. It's just you just know you're built for more. So that's the stage I was in. I'll go to work just completely dissatisfied. And, we had friends, how it is in the office. We'll talk about, all the things happening and not happening to us. And then it was just every day we were complaining. And then one day I said to myself, I said, Eri, but you're right, yeah? Because I started writing from when I was like 8 years. And I said, instead of complaining, look inwards and do something. And literally, that's how Dear Alarie was born. So it was at a point in my life where I was just completely yearning for more and dissatisfied with where I was in my career. I like that question because when I was writing, for me, it was almost like a sense of urgency to pass a message, and the message was principally to live your life, your best life, in spite of anything that may be happening around you. You would have challenges, but own your voice, tell your story, and just be authentic. So for me, it was very important to pass that message across and let anybody reading to say, you know what, I mean, these challenges are not uncommon. Everybody faces them. But you can still live your moment. You can still live your best life as you pass through these challenges. For me, when I wrote that in particular, I was looking to talk about life in Lagos. And I use Lagos as a metaphor for Nigeria because, Lagos is where everything happens. So for me, it was important to bring out all the kind of things that we see in society that should not be, poverty that really shouldn't be because of the abundance of resources, and the fact that you see a lot of people who don't have as much, just more or less just tending towards, okay, we need to have more babies, almost like a pastime, like, okay, since I can't have this, I can have this. So that was the thinking behind, this. In terms of themes, I thought to look at the patriarchal culture in Nigeria. I thought to put an X-ray on life in Lagos and the fact that really and truly at the end of the day, we sort of exist in Lagos. We don't live, we don't thrive. You wake up every day, you spend roughly, depending on where you are, roughly 4 to 5 hours in traffic. And you get back home and you sleep, and it's like an endless rut. Yeah, so those are the kind of things I was trying to look at, the challenges women face in the office. Not just in the office, what they're going through internally. For Alarie didn't have a child, so she was facing all that, and yet she needed to be in the office to be her best. So things like that, those were the kind of things I was looking to talk about, the patriarchal culture, infertility challenges, just the whole chaos, what it really takes to live in a place like Lagos. Because it was important for me to tell the story that the fact that a lady gives birth to a girl has nothing to do with her, and the fact that as a girl does not lessen the significance of the child. So that's very important for me to say there. We find it, like you said, in Nigeria, and it hasn't changed. Well, maybe, our voices are being more amplified, so people are getting more aware, but it's still there. When a child is born, depending on the sex, the blame game, shifts. And another thing I wanted to point out so strongly was, what if it's the man at fault? Because what tends to happen in marriages is the lady takes the blame, because society has been trained to see the woman to blame where there are challenges with childbearing. But what if it's the man's fault? So those are the kind of questions I was trying to throw light on in the book. Not very well, to be honest, because growing up, it was almost like a taboo. My dad didn't want to hear anybody speaking pidgin, so it was like, well, I say by force, we had to learn. But, you know, a story like that, I had to use pidgin to reflect the characters. So someone like Alhaji Wasiu, typical characters that, you know, would necessarily speak pidgin English, it was important for me to reflect that in the story so that the reader understands that, you know, just the different strata in society and the levels of people that we have. I would say tell your story unapologetically, because somebody also asked me and I said, but you can't live life just expecting to be validated or not validated. Yeah, so for me it was important to pass a message. For me it was important to tell my story. The validation secondary, because I will do it the same way, you know, whether or not whatever anybody thought or thinks about Dear Alarie, I will tell my story, because it's important at the end of the day, when you go to bed, be satisfied that you have done what truly makes you happy as a writer. And some people just have a lot of stories in there just waiting to, you know, to come out. But it's that fear of acceptance. And really and truly, you can't live life waiting to be accepted by everybody. It's just not the way to do things. I would say that is changing, to be honest. I mean, a lot of reading clubs springing up rather. A lot of, no, I would say it's changing. I know that, you know, just even surviving in Nigeria is an art. So you find quite a number of people probably not having the time to read, but I don't think it's fair to say that we don't read. I think things are really, really changing.
Storefront switch to on, light on. Searching commander internal. Expectedly back, TW. Fuel tank pressure 60 on 55. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I had no desire to study law, none whatsoever. I was more inclined to fine arts. My only ambition, I would say, was to become the chief prosecutor. For me, politicians are a bit too playful. That's what I believe. And since '99, we've seen how much investment in social events, in launching some street that you just started, and the whole day will be spent on this occasion. Rich people are generally law-abiding. We are not law-abiding. So another problem of administration is that people don't follow the rules.
Timeless Conversations, airing every Sunday at 8:30 p.m.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show we have 3 exciting events that you will very much enjoy. On our first event, Corona School Bagada wrapped up with their 2021-2022 academic session with a graduation ceremony, which was nothing short of a display of excellence, brilliance, gratitude, and the hope for a brighter future, with a focus on this year's ceremony theme being Moving Higher, Making Your Mark. The highlight of the event was the presentation of awards to outstanding students. The event concluded with a mix of pleasure, gratitude, and emotions as the graduating students said their final goodbyes to other students and the school administration. Plus TV Africa was there to cover the event.
It's always a great feeling for parents to see the growth of their children from one stage of their educational journey to another. That was exactly the case for the parents and guardians who came to witness the graduation of their children and wards during the 2021-2022 Class 6 graduation ceremony of Corona School Bagada, Lagos. The occasion started gathering momentum as parents, guardians, guests, and the management, as well as the students of the school, started arriving. As they get comfortable, the ceremony kicks off with the procession of the young graduates, beautifully adorned in the colors of the day. The national anthem was then recited by all. The national anthem was then followed by the recital of the school's anthem. The school choir took it up from there with a warm musical welcome address. It's an annual event the management and staff of the school look forward to. The head of school was proud of the outgoing Class 6 students of 2021/2022. She commended them for being hardworking while achieving milestones with the hope of making their marks as they continue their pursuit of academic excellence.
Some of these children have spent 8 years, some 6, and others less. In these years, they have worked hard, played hard, and today they are moving on to the next stage of their lives. We have nurtured these children and seen them develop and go through each stage, achieving the different milestones. Our theme for this year's graduation is moving higher, make your mark. We know that these wonderful children will certainly make their marks wherever they find themselves, because Corona School Bagada has prepared them for the future. We have given them a solid foundation to equip them with future-ready skills they need to excel. To our parents, proud parents, you are here today. You have been very, very supportive. We want to say a very big thank you for believing in us and entrusting these children in our care for us to nurture. And we know that you will share their success stories with us. So our lovely children who are graduating today, we want you to be good ambassadors of this great institution. You have been given the skills, knowledge, and everything necessary for you to succeed. So go out there and make your mark.
Proud parents, guardians, and teachers also watched their children as they entertained them. And this special one by those that were celebrated. Coincidentally, one of the graduating students had her birthday as well.
Today is what?
My birthday.
Today is her birthday. How old are you today?
11.
She's 11 today. So, mommies and daddies, we're going to clap for her 11 times.
Friends of the celebrants joined her for a special birthday dance. Parents also share their experiences as Corona school parents.
My journey with Corona has been amazing, actually. My daughter, I started with my daughter. I actually had two options, St. Saviour's or Corona. And I went to St. Saviour's, I looked around. It was one thing that drew me to Corona. I told them, I said, show me your toilet. Let me see your toilet.
Somebody introduced us to Corona school. It was in class 2 then. We came, Mrs. Edragi, the head of school, assured us that he had seen some signs of a good child in him. Maybe in primary 4 or 5.
Okay, what's more?
He was given the award of the most improved child. He has been a blessing. Then, he was an introvert. But today is the opposite. I must say, we thank God Almighty. And I have, by this, we've taken this as a testimony. Special thanks to all the teachers of Corona School.
Today, and I want to encourage all parents that if you have taken a decision for your child to be a Corona child, you've taken the best decision for that child.
We thank you for the love, the care, the attention that you've given to the children. God will bless you. And they will continue to pray for all the graduates that even as they go forward in life, they will continue to keep the flag flying. Thank you so much.
The entertainment kept coming as the students had an Indian dance presentation.
Everyone, aunties and uncles, mommies and daddies.
Today we are here to present to you our classics presentation. The title of our dance is My Beautiful India. Please sit back, relax and enjoy our presentation. Namaste.
It was time for one of the most important parts of the occasion. The graduates were decorated as they received their certificates. This is where the party comes to an end. But as for the graduates, life is just beginning.
Yesterday,
mama tell me say me can rise up. Anytime I fall, I go rise up. She say no be good look or stature. All this stuff I know, anyhow with anyhow.
Students were brightly outfitted to observe the end of the academic year. The colorful and entertaining event brought together teachers, parents, and well-wishers in the community as they applauded the devotion, behavior, and attainment of students. The students participated in several presentations ranging from cultural dances to debates, talk shows, and song renditions to spice up the ceremony.
When I got a team, let me shout. Tip me over and pour me out. Mommy's only one in my inner heart. When she goes away, I will be left alone. She gave me a picture to represent herself. Can a picture who? Can a picture talk? Can a picture do what mommy can do for me? The new ideology in parenting has done more harm than good in raising responsible children. Before I go on, I would like to explain the term new ideology in parenting. This is a parenting style that is flexible, focused on nurturing, evolving, and allowing children to express their individuality freely, customs, and beliefs. It is a disrespect to our cultural heritage. The new ideology in parenting places much power on their children, which is socially unacceptable in a country like Nigeria. It breeds disrespect, contempt, and indiscipline.
To give a reasonable argument on why the new ideology in parenting has done more harm than good. The opposing side said, and I quote, that the new ideology in parenting is flexible and it makes children creative and innovative. Does that mean people who were born in the olden days are not creative and innovative?
We are the blooming buds who seek your blessing. Love of learning is due from your grace. You are the mentors of the broken life.
The proprietress and the chairman planning committee of the school maintained that the success the pupils and students have achieved throughout the term shows that Golden Line School has the ability to impact positively.
They should go out there and continue to fly the banner high. We've raised them as change agents. We want them to go to the world and do exploits. Make their parents proud, make us proud, and obviously make themselves proud.
This is a school where I see love, and much discipline. You can't come here to misbehave anyhow. We follow the rules and regulations here, and every parent that put their children in this school enjoy it most.
Graduating students at various thanked the school for allowing them become better academically and in other educational aspects.
We promise you today that we shall keep in mind all the good things you have taught us. To our graduates, we are with a greater body as ambassadors of this noble institution.
Golden Line is a very, very good school. Golden Line has helped me to build up my morals, not just educational wise. It has helped me to build up my morals, and it has made me what I am today.
Mrs. Ukwa, she doesn't take nonsense. She will make sure that you come out and talk. She will involve everyone. So Golden Line has really made so many students be the better version of themselves.
Speaking of leadership qualities, this school has been grateful. They've supported me through thick and thin. They saw it in me, and I'm so happy.
The highlight of the ceremony was the presentation of gifts and awards to pupils and students in various categories.
On our next event, several notable personalities from various walks of life gathered to celebrate the 80th birthday of veteran actor Oludotun Jacobs, popularly known as Olu Jacobs, at the Glover Memorial Hall in Victoria Island, Lagos.
Gathered in this hall to celebrate the veteran actor Olu Jacobs are the current governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi, and his wife, Bisi Fayemi, former deputy governor of Lagos State, Adejoke Orelope Adefulire, former executive director of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, Peter Ego, and many Nigerians from all walks of life. The event kicked off with the national anthem and was followed by a dance drama and documentary that was beamed in honor of the octogenarian. Jacob's contemporary, a veteran actor, Taiwo Ajayi Lycett, who spoke alongside another veteran broadcaster, Sonny Irabo, recounts their memorable moment with the icon.
A pioneer in Nollywood, a person who is committed to what he does and is giving so much to the development of entertainment in this country, at least the performing arts. He and I go way back. We started together in England at Actor Studio. We've worked together at various things abroad, international festivals and all that. We've worked here in Nigeria as well. So he's a good friend of mine and I wish him well. He's in the book of times. It will never be forgotten for the contribution he's made to the development of our industry. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, Olu Dotun. Well done.
Olu Jacobs was one human being that we're all very proud to have started with, and I'm still very proud to be with him here today. You know, so we were together in Second Chance, 1984. So you can imagine how long ago that was. And of course, Joke was in our class. He was the headmaster. I was a small teacher. So you see, history has come around. Happy birthday, Uncle Olu. God bless you.
Also, the likes of Bimbo Oluyede, Ali Baba, and other entertainers poured encomiums on the maestro as they wished him a happy birthday.
He's a man who is very passionate about his craft, about his art. And he's very thorough about the way he's thorough in the way he goes about doing his work. He creates, an entire persona so that he's able to embody each character that he portrays. So professionally, he's difficult to match and certainly difficult, if not impossible, to beat.
Exceptional, exemplary, professional, awesome creative agent,